Hello, everyone, and welcome to the International Danube Energy Day conference entitled Innovation in the Danube Energy Macro Region. With this conference, we are completing the story of Danube Energy Plus project, which lasted for more than 3 years and gathered more than 9 ecosystem actors from 9 countries in the Danube macro region. The goal of this project was to support startups and young innovators who are developing their ideas in the area of energy efficiency, and to support the ecosystem in Danube Energy macro region. I'm Neven Karangelov, and I'm from CET, where I'm leading our efforts to support entrepreneurs through different programs and accelerators. And I'm a part of an organization which is the longest running startup support organization in Serbia. Aside from our activities in the area of supporting entrepreneurs, we also run the most read digital media outlet about tech and entrepreneurship in Serbia. And we also operate a network of 8 spaces all around the country where we support entrepreneurs and other young people who are looking to advance their career in the area of digital economy. It was our pleasure to be a part of this really large consortium where we had a chance to work with many different partners from different countries whom are bringing their different perspectives of developing ecosystems. And I'm really glad to have a chance here to guide you through today's conference, where you have a chance to meet some of them. We'll also have a chance to talk to some of the startup founders and entrepreneurs whom were supported through this project, and also some ecosystem actors and stakeholders, as well as representatives of the industries in their own countries who are working in the energy ecosystem. But before we move on to that, I would like to call to stage our first speaker for today, the representative of our lead partner, InnoEnergy from Germany, Tamara Högler, who will tell us a little bit more about the Danube Energy Plus project. Hi, Tamara, how are you?
Hi, thanks a lot for the introduction. I'm fine, and I'm very glad to be invited today as the opening speaker of today's conference. And as I have learned today that most of the participants are from Serbia, I would like to say also a few welcome words on Serbian language. So as probably several of you know, I was born in Novi Sad a few years ago, I look older than I am. So, poštovani gosti, dobrodošli na današnjoj konferenciji od našeg projekta Danube Energy Plus. Moje ime je Tamara Högler, ja sam koordinirala zadnjih 2 godine ovaj projekat. Ja sam jako sretna da sam bila deo ovog celog puta i ja bi vam danas pokazala šta smo mi uopšte učinili zadnjih 3 godine ukupno, šta još planiramo da učinimo za zadnjih 6 nedelja što imamo još u projektu. Ali zato što je ipak već par godina prošlo da sam živjela u Jugoslaviji, ću ipak to sve staviti onda na engleski jezik i moram onda da ide malo dalje na engleskom. So, welcome everyone to today's conference, Danube Energy Plus. It's the final conference of our project, and I'm very glad to be part of it, to be part of the whole journey. And I would like to provide you some insights why we did the project, how we did it, and what we are still planning to do in the next few weeks until the project ends. So if you have a look back, 4 years meanwhile ago, the partners figured out that in their regions there is still a kind of lag regarding support measures for young innovators that have been focusing on energy-related topics. And that was the reason why the consortium was formed, in order to create new tools, new topics in how to support young innovators and enable them to follow up their path towards setting up their own business. This was the reason why in total 9 project partners came together, all of them, of course, from the Danube region, because the Interreg Danube Transnational Program is focusing exclusively on the Danube region. And these partners jointly set up a tool called Danube Energy Plus tool. So why have we done that? So the Danube Energy Plus project is tackling the need for a change in regional ecosystems. So the focus was mainly on the regional ecosystems in order to support young innovators in transforming their disruptive ideas into ventures. That means from idea towards a business. In order to do so, we have created, as mentioned, a tool, the Danube Energy Plus tool, because we wanted to create an enabling environment for the young innovators with which we have been able to support them to pioneer a change in the energy efficiency area by setting up a highly innovative startups in the Danube macro region. We have been exchanging a lot of topics in the consortium. We have been exchanging a lot of experience, what we have done. We have been exchanging a lot of knowledge that we gained in the project, because what we wanted to achieve is a joint, let's call it, trip that supports at least 90 young innovators, some 10 from each region that is involved in the project, on their path towards their business. So what did we do? As said, we have created a so-called Danube Energy Plus package. And the package is a learning system that aims at advancing the knowledge of key regional innovation system actors, for example, regional public authorities, universities, business support organizations, or anyone who is willing to support young innovators on their path from the idea to a, let's call it, sustainable business. The package creates an enabling environment system for innovation by guiding the actors in, for example, identifying young innovators, which means who does really need our support, to motivate the young innovators in order to further develop their idea towards a marketable solution. That means how can we really support the young innovators by taking them at hand, going with them their step-by-step path towards business, by implementing the Danube Energy Plus tool to boost the knowledge of young innovators to scale up their ideas to ventures. By doing so, we have provided them support with ideation. This means how to create an own idea, how to develop this idea further, business modeling, how to create a sustainable business out of their idea, and last but not least, how to sell this idea to potential investors, business angels, and so on, because most of the young innovators are facing a lack of money, of course. And last but not least, what we also try to do is to connect the young innovators, not only in their groups, because as I said, we have been implementing pilots consisting out of up to 10 young innovators, supporting them with this knowledge and information sharing, these tools and topics. But also what we really focused on is to get these young innovators connected to the regional stakeholders, as I said, with focus on sustainable business creation, which means that we have tried also to connect these young innovators with business angels as well as investors. So this was our very generic path. What we achieved will be presented later on by my colleagues from Bulgaria. But what I would like to tell you is, why did we focus on energy? Because we have figured out in 2017 that energy is a more and more important topic, particularly because of climate change, because of the lack of energy resources, because of the whole energy transition topic. And this was the reason why we said, okay, are there differences between, let's call them normal young innovators that are focusing on topics like IT or medicine or agriculture or so, or do we need to focus explicitly on topics that need to be addressed by young innovators with focus on innovative solutions or innovative ideas in the field of energy? I would like to hand over to Ivana, because she will later on present you the Energy Plus tool and package, because she was the work package leader in this topic. But before I do so, I would like to provide you also a short outlook, because as I said, the project is not ended so far, and we have still a path to be taken in order to succeed. And the last activity of the project is to take all these results and turn them into a sustainable regional ecosystem. In order to do so, we are creating regional hubs that are connecting regional stakeholders in a more, let's call it, tight and more cooperative way, so that everything that we have been achieving during the last 3 years of project implementation will endure within these hubs, which means the hubs are going to connect also in future potential inventors, but young innovators with stakeholders, with investors, business angels, and so on. And in order to support these young innovators, we want to reuse everything that was created during the project, so that all these results that we have been able to achieve during the last years will have a sustainable impact also after the project end. So this was a very, very rough overview on the project, what we did, why we did it, and what we are currently doing or finalizing in the single regions. And I would like to thank all the project partners to support us as team in the whole project, to face all the challenges and to always find a good solution for the challenges, and to, in the end, have achieved such a good result. Thanks a lot, and I would like to hand over to Ivana.
Thank you so much, Tamara, for giving us the overview of the mission of the project, the goals, and some of the key activities which we implemented during these 3+ years. And as you mentioned, now I'd like to welcome Ivana Čuljak from Inventor Capital Partners from Zagreb. But before that, we will just show you a quick video with the overview of some of the project activities during implementation.
Did you ever imagine how our planet would look like in the future? What if I told you that you could make a difference in that look? By taking responsibility and having courage to do something difficult, you could potentially change the world.
We see 4 big challenges for the transformation of the energy system. It's first the decarbonization of the whole industry in Europe and the energy sector. It's second, the growth of renewables. Perhaps at the end, renewables will be the main basis of the future energy system. The third part is that we have more and more decentralized energy systems. And the fourth is digitalization as a basic trend of all industries.
We developed a pre-acceleration program that will help you tackle those challenges.
The idea is to promote a new innovation for the transformation of the energy system in a very, very early stage, where usually private money is not that much available. InnoEnergy is the lead partner of this Danube Energy Plus project, and we are bringing all the expertise and all our experience we have so far with energy startups. I believe that education is important for the whole business life nowadays, but extremely important for young professionals who will be an innovator and entrepreneur at the end. Our idea is to build competences before and really to have the phase before you set up your own company.
Meet Ivan Mrvoš, a young innovator who is striving to make a difference in today's world.
I was still in high school when I started with the company, and only money I had was the money for buying something for breakfast in school or things like that. When I started the company, I don't think that my education, or at least knowledge about how to run a company, was on some high level. At the real beginning, so 5 years ago, it was really hard because first of all, my background was mostly technical background. For us, first real advisors were our first investors. Actually, when we were closing first investment round, we met a few lead investors with who we are still in contact even today. It's really something special when you know that something that you were working on for the last 5 years is used by 1 million people every year. That's really cool.
Finding a mentor and education could be tough, especially in today's world of information flowing everywhere. Our program will give you exactly what you need: mentorship, experience, and knowledge to start changing the world. You will be able to validate your idea, iterate, communicate with others, and even find a deeper problem to solve. We are looking for energy innovations. Even if you don't have a revolutionary idea that might change the world, the aim of this program is to advance your knowledge in the development of sustainable energy solutions. A solution that someday might become a business that is changing the world and changing the life of everyone surrounded by the impact of what was sometimes just an idea.
I believe that nobody is a pure-born innovator or entrepreneur. You will come to be an entrepreneur. You will have a way to be an innovator in the future. So, our program helps people to take this journey from having the first idea to start a project, and at the end there should be the first idea to build up a company and to be a real entrepreneur. And so this is a quite new way to have this pre-acceleration at the beginning, and then to be prepared to be a professional young entrepreneur.
You can gain knowledge in some areas that maybe you don't have enough information currently. You can learn from other people that had experience in private sectors or some other sectors, who maybe work in some different countries or some different continents. Whatever you have in your head, you need to try to do it, to accomplish it, and it doesn't matter who is telling what to you about that.
Yeah, hello everyone. Thank you, Nevenka, for introduction. Actually, we have been involved in this project since basically two years ago. We started with this video when we started with developing of the program. I must say, 2 years later, that it has been a pleasure to be a part of this journey together with the partners who are basically innovation experts, and all of us together being involved in this process. And the program that we have developed basically consists of 40 hours of lectures and mentoring on the different topics needed for building up the idea and the innovation project that young innovators proposed us. So the idea is to help them, to connect them with the relevant partners from the industry, potential investors, like Ivan Mrvoš said. And basically what I want to message here is that it was a really privilege to meet those great young people and their ideas that are meeting the challenge that we brought to them, and you will have the chance today to meet some of them as well. And the great thing also about this journey is that it will continue. At the end, we will follow the future development of those young innovators and startups. We will try to push them even more towards success on the international market. And I'm sure that after you meet some of them today, you will join us too. And also at the end, I would like to emphasize that we also, as a partner and a facilitator of this process, learned a lot. Honestly, while we developing the program, we actually get insights which skills and what kind of knowledge is missing in our country, and we try to improve this. Also related, Tamara mentioned, related to the funding scheme that are missing at the very beginning of at the early stage of their development, and we are all really willing to work on this in the future and to make some improvements. So let's stay in touch and stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivana, for this lovely overview and info about your participation in the project and your experiences during the project implementation. Next, we will have Mariana Hamanova, whom is CEO of Clean Tech Bulgaria, also one of the partners from the project, and she will tell us something more about lessons learned during the whole process of project implementation. Hi, Mariana. It's really great to have you here today.
Hello everyone. I hope you hear me good. As also Ivana mentioned, we actually had the great opportunity to cooperate on this project over the past 2-3 years. It has been a very interesting journey. We have learned a lot of each other. We have exchanged a lot of ideas. We saw also a lot of different approaches in all the countries who are partnering in this project. And we are very happy now to have this like an overview of what has been learned, what were the main challenges, and what are the new opportunities. Because I think that after this 2.5 years of work, all of us know better what they can offer to the local ecosystem and how to integrate the knowledge coming from the international partners in our own communities. Because as we always used to say, the Danube region is full of disparities. So we really believe that with this project, we are a step forward of making these disparities smaller. And in the future, we are also very positively convinced that this can lead to great opportunities in the whole partnering countries. So my slides today are just few, let's say, main outcomes, main lessons learned from our work together through the years, with the idea of improving it and further developing it. As Tamara mentioned, we have these hubs in the Danube countries, and actually all of these lessons and good examples can be further developed in the hubs and sustainably managed through the years by each one of us. So what were the main goals? Let's say, when we started the project, we wanted to increase the knowledge of young innovators about the entrepreneurial discovery process and the energy-related topics. I believe that this outcome has really shown its results, because we have really seen a very high interest on behalf of young innovators, and what everyone has shared with us, but with you also as partners, is very positive feedback. The other main goal was about to increase the capacity of the partners to deliver this type of projects and to exchange the knowledge and good practices in between the ecosystem actors and between the partners themselves. So I believe that also this was quite interesting and very useful experience. Nevertheless, the COVID situation didn't allow us to meet so often as we wanted to, but I'm very positive that a lot of the partners have invested a lot of efforts to be able to transform everything from physical to online environment, and we managed to do that quite good. I'm sure about this. Speaking about lessons and outcomes of the project, I think that we all saw that there were different levels of understanding and readiness of the partners in the field of the program delivery. So here we had different approaches, which was very good, and brought a lot of knowledge also to the partners in order to see how their colleagues in other countries are developing and running the program and the Danube Energy Plus tool. So what we did in order to mitigate this difference in the level of experience and readiness between the partners is the monthly virtual meetings, the implementation of the program together with local accelerators or other programs who are developed in the countries already. So just trying to make synergetic approaches, and of course all the time networking and project partners meeting between us in order to mitigate and to find the best solution for the challenges we had, because COVID was one of the biggest challenges, but besides this, there were a lot of other details that we had to clarify and manage during the project. The second challenge I believe that we had, and it's something to be mentioned, and probably also discussed afterwards, is the strong regional competition of similar programs existing already. Because when we started the project, even when we started the application procedure, there were very few programs directed to acceleration and pre-acceleration of young innovators in the field of energy. But in 2020, when was the year of the main program delivery, we saw that in the countries there are a lot of competitors, so meaning similar programs, and the young innovators are a bit distracted between all the opportunities that they have. So we should have been more creative, more energetic, and really provide a great content with very important messages and very important learnings in order to attract them. This means not only the tool itself in terms of modules, in terms of educational content, but also means a good selection of mentors, good selection of coaches, good national guidance, and also orientation of these startups in the process of the entrepreneurial discovery. The third challenge, already mentioned, I think everyone will agree with that, was the COVID-19 pandemic. We were in the beginning, of course, all of us, we stopped for a couple of months in order to see how to cope with the situation. But I think that year and a half later, now we can proudly say that we did a great job. We managed to fulfill all the project activities so far with a great success, of course, with some slight delays, but they were in no way damaging the project. So I believe that we did a great job with that. We learned a lot of new digital skills and learned to interact in this digital environment where not all the time is easier. So sometimes the personal contact is much more important, but nevertheless, I believe we did a great job with this. What we have learned further, here are some details which are very pragmatic, but I believe each of you will partially agree with what are the main learnings for all of us from the whole project. The first one is that probably 1 month for open call for applications was too short. If we start over, or if we continue with similar programs, I believe that for a good promotion we would need more than a month, so 1.5 months or 2, and also probably make some more info days and sessions in order to attract the young innovators to the program. The other learning was that F6S system and platform, which we used for the application for the program, was not the best and the best suitable tool for young innovators who did not have companies already established. And with this platform, we attracted a lot of people who were out of the scope of the project, meaning countries, or meaning also level of preparation or higher, let's say, development of the product or service. So this was one also of the outcomes and learnings that were important. The physical versus online trainings, this is clear. Of course, if we would have managed to meet and to have the people more time in our premises, it would have been much easier. But I don't think that this is compromising in a way the final result. Actually, in this way, we managed to attract really very motivated young innovators, which stayed with us from the very beginning till now, participating in all the formats and all the follow-up events that we had as activities within our project. What else can be mentioned is that we believe that the Danube Energy tool, it's a very we had a very positive feedback on it, and definitely the future hubs should continue offering this product to the market and doing it together with some local accelerators or programs or regional agencies. Whoever can use it, I think, is very good structured, very flexible, so you can add easily content and modules. And this is something that is definitely a good point and good outcome out of the project to be further developed. I will not keep your attention further, because I think that each of you can share a lot of lessons learned, good examples of our cooperation. So thank you for your attention, and we remain on your disposal for any further questions.
Thank you so much, Mariana, for your presentation. In projects this large and ambitious, there's always going to be challenges, and I think it's really good to share them candidly and openly, and that way we can all learn from them and work on improving our current and future operations. Our next guest for today will be Kristina Korčáková from Civita, Slovakia, who will tell us a bit more about future perspective of developing energy ecosystem and innovation ecosystem in the region. Hi, Kristina.
Hi, thank you very much for having me. So I can jump right into it, perhaps. I have 10 minutes prepared, and in those minutes, I will try to sort of wrap up what was already told by Tamara, Ivana, and Mariana, and to look into the future as to what the Danube Energy Plus hubs, which we are currently establishing in the regions, will bring, what opportunities, and also give you a little bit of examples of what these hubs can be. And if you have impression that I'm coming back to the things that were already told, don't worry, it's all part of the story, and that's why I'm reminding you of these things. So I work as a project manager at Civita Slovakia, which was one of the partners of the project, well, still is, and my responsibility was to develop exactly the work package related to the hubs. So to look at what we have done, what we have learned, and to see how we can build sustainability of these outputs in the upcoming years, and that's the role of the hubs. But first, let me riddle you something and guess what am I talking about. The region has very wide disparities. It has some of the most successful, but also the poorest regions in the EU. In particular, contacts and cooperation are often lacking, both financially and institutionally. Enterprises do not sufficiently exploit the international dimensions of marketing, innovation, or research. The share of highly educated people is lower than the EU 27 average, again, with a pronounced divide. The best often leave. Now, because Mariana already talked about it a little bit, of course, I talked about the Danube region, and this is an excerpt from the Danube Transnational Program Strategy, under which the program Danube Energy Plus was run or has been run. And if we want to summarize into an elevator pitch or like one-line pitch, what we were trying to do, it was to change the best often leave to the best often stay. And this we were doing on micro levels and macro levels. On the micro levels, it was all about supporting, about creating an enabling environment that supports the young innovators in creating their ventures, innovative startups in the region, in the field of energy efficiency. And on the macro level, that's all the things relating to the learning, to the 9 partners from different backgrounds, different kinds of institutions from different territories, co-creating and learning from each other, transferring know-how from the more developed to the less developed, but also vice versa. And in this way, supporting young innovators to change the economy, to improve the competitiveness and economic growth and development in the region. So my predecessors presented to you the developed outputs of the project so far, an entrepreneurial education tool and the connected ecosystem package, which were already implemented in the 9 pilots. And our pièce de résistance, as the French would say, is the currently ongoing process of creation, definition and creation of Danube Energy Plus hubs, which is going to be the main topic of my expose, a physical or virtual entity with the mission to carry on the outputs and the spirit of Danube Energy Plus project to educate, support, connect young innovators with the related ecosystem in the energy efficiency field, ultimately ensuring sustainability of our project's outputs. So I shall present first the common themes that guided us in creation and definition of what the hub should be, and then I will show you the variety of hubs that the partners have come with. I'm going to give you, I hope, 3 examples if the time permits. And I will also ask you to stay tuned because all of these hubs will be launching in the upcoming weeks. So communications will be out there, so you can join launch events if they're virtual, or if you're in that particular country, you can perhaps even come in person. So the hub setup was based on a common strategy that was itself resting on 2 pillars. The first one was the pillar of flexibility, to allow for space to accommodate these large, often structural differences that are between territories, but also to tackle the common challenges. And the second leg was to reflect on the learnings that we have made in the last 2.5 years. So we know very well what the differences are, but the common challenges is where the cooperation can really thrive. So what are the common challenges that we have been talking about and thinking about when setting up the hubs? First, we live in a fast-paced world where automation in the factories and new technologies are dramatically reshaping local economies. Now, these economies need to be also innovative, which is something that we're lacking to various degrees. Of course, Germany lacks this a little bit more than Romania, but the problem is the same. We must innovate to become competitive or to maintain competitiveness, transform countries into high value-added economies. And we can see that the countries and the regions in the Danube region are consistently scoring as modest or moderate innovators according to the European Innovation Scoreboard. Now, connected to the lack in innovation is also the lack in entrepreneurial education, especially in the region of Central Europe. We can perceive that the school curricula are lacking the critical, transversal, and soft skills, such as creativity, critical thinking, collaboration, communication, or just the sense of being flexible in a workplace and in life. And we know that the entrepreneurial success hinges on exactly these skills. And we're equally facing climate change and energy challenges. We have energy poverty, use of fossil fuels is continuing, and inefficiency of energy use is also present. There is a lack of precipitation, and drought has already caused quite a lot of economic damages. Now, we don't base the hubs or what the hubs should be only on the challenges, but we also base it on the project learnings. I will go very quickly through them because these are maybe a different kind of learnings that we have extracted from our work the last 3 years. First is that energy efficiency is a great start. It's a very nice focused topic with a lot of actors, with a lot of corporates, and it is nicely presented. But perhaps for the smaller countries, which have populations in the lower single digits, it is possible to enlarge the scope and to cover sustainability as a whole, which is also one part of the learnings from the pilots. And we can use the synergies that energy efficiency has with the other sustainability topics, all the technical know-how, all the entrepreneurial spirit. Our second learning was that, of course, entrepreneurial education is crucial for the 21st century skills, not only for innovators with already a concrete idea that need to develop it into a business, but also for young people in general who may use these skills to first test if entrepreneurship is a path for them, but also to use these transversal skills in their other professional paths, be it as a researcher, be it as an employee, or be as a person in the public authority. And our third learning is that ecosystem actors were especially willing to collaborate and support pilot-like programs. Through the many meetings and roundtables that we had with the various ecosystem actors, it is obvious that they seek collaboration, that they may do similar things, and that we can build on these synergies. Now, these were our challenges, these were our learnings, so everything is nicely set up to tell you what the hubs can actually do. So the main activity, if I were to say just one thing that the hubs are going to do, it's going to be a capacity of connector. A specific mode of connectivity then depends on the given region. And Hub's mission, to say it nicely, is going to be to continue be the beacons of Danube-wide cooperation, enabling synergies and cooperation, fast-tracking development in key areas. So the three main activities that we will be doing in the hubs is the first, strengthen the linkages that were already developed in the project. So the mission is to provide a common ground for meetings, for exchange, and collaboration definition after the project end. These also include collaboration not only within the regions, but also across the regions, which is particularly interesting for some of the territories where Danube Energy Plus has been active, to create a channel with which you can maybe help young innovators from certain regions to get more west, because that's just the dynamic that we are facing. The second mission is going to be to establish the tool as an entrepreneurship education reference. And this is also something that Mariana already mentioned. The feedback we have been given on tool has been very positive. Its modular structure allows you to make it bigger, make it smaller, translate it, add all different kinds of modules that you would like. And it also allows us to use the tool as a product that we can seek funding for. We can be in collaboration with other actors, delivering other batches of the tool, or perhaps merging it with similar programs that exist in our respective regions. And it is a product that can be replicated. That means, and that hinges to the third mission, which is to enable transfer of know-how to new regions and areas, because we had 9 territories. But even if we were mostly online, most of the projects take place within the city or the small region where the project partner is present. But we have other regions, sub-regions within the regions. I know this is all confusing, all this terminology, but we can deliver this entrepreneurship education to new audiences within our territories, which have not yet been educated in this way, or perhaps they're on the periphery and they do not have a chance to go and educate themselves in the entrepreneurial skills, which is oftentimes the case that we have many programs in the capital cities and not so many in the smaller towns around. And to the promised last part, which is the examples of what you can expect when we're talking about Danube Energy Plus hubs. I have prepared 3 examples to talk about. The first is Germany, the Baden-Württemberg region, which is represented by German Energy, which is in Karlsruhe. Their focus is going to be on connection. What does this mean? It's a hub of hubs. In a developed innovation ecosystem, such as the one of Karlsruhe and the surrounding region, a simple hub no longer cuts it. There's no longer need for that. But a complex innovation ecosystem benefits for cooperation on a higher level, such as the idea behind the hub of hubs. So an association of accelerators, incubators, clusters, already supporting young entrepreneurs and energy innovators. The larger hub can focus, for instance, on various pillars to boost innovation in the Rhine River Valley, with a larger area encompassing not only startups and energy, but also SMEs, global actors, or research institutions. And the association, now I'm quoting Tamara, and I hope I'm doing it the right way, aims to ultimately provide a space to create new products, new business models, new value chains, tackling concrete challenges. So this is the German hub with focus on connection. In Romania, Romanian Tech Startups Association, or ROTSA, will focus on education. So hub is going to be an incubation actor, piloting initiative of public-private funds to support startups. ROTSA will document and organize the process, selection, mentoring, and complex support to startups. And in becoming an incubation actor, it will also pilot different programs and help them being replicated nationwide. In this case, the tool and the package are crucial, but they're also just a starting point. They can be split into smaller pieces. As I said, it's a modular structure. They will be joined with an ebook that documents the terminology used in the startup world, which can be a little bit confusing because there's a lot of very specific words used. And also will be joined by guidelines on how to document extending the curriculum to up to perhaps even 9 months. Available in Romanian. And I will end with the Slovak hub because that's the one that I perhaps know the most about. Our focus is going to be information and recognition. In this way, the web-based platform will, on the one hand, guide young innovators through their path, very similarly to what Romania is planning. Offering an updated overview of existing accelerators, programs, funding schemes, but also a lot of learning materials that were part of the tool, such as business model canvas, but also in collaboration with partners, key legal documents, templates that the young startupist or innovator can use to start their venture. On the other hand, we will also try to inspire young innovators through the stories of their already more successful counterparts, creating a database of startups and scale-ups, mapping out the positives of developing a venture in Slovakia. And ultimately, together with our strategic partner, we will seek to leverage this platform to lobby the policymakers and the authorities on the key entrepreneurship and innovation support policies. So this is what you can expect. These were 3 examples of the hubs, and let me tell you, the other 6 hubs are also very much different. I wouldn't even say that there's going to be 2 hubs exactly the same within the consortium. So stay tuned for June and July when the hub launches will take place, and I thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Christina, for giving us a wider context and also some of the rationale that went into our decision-making regarding how to set up hubs in each and every different country and in each and every different context which we operate in. And thank you for giving us some of the examples of how those hubs will work and what will be their role in their ecosystem. It was great seeing you and talking to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And in the next part of our event, we will have a chance to actually see some of the startups that went through the pre-acceleration program that Tamara and Ivana already talked about. This pre-acceleration program was implemented in all 9 countries, and it equipped young innovators from these ecosystems to develop their own ideas in the area of energy efficiency, to test them on the market, to talk to customers and implement some of the methodologies for building new products and deploying them to the market in a good manner in order to save time and money and create successful business endeavor. And we will have a chance to see 6 of the 9 startups, 6 of the startups from 6 of the 9 countries that implemented the tool program that was a part of Danube Energy Plus project. And the first country will be Romania.
Hello, my name is Lucian Alexandru, and I'm the administrator of the startup company IoT for Nature. Today, I want to tell you the story of this company. So I want to tell you what the sensing of the world. So we know that in 2021, 31 billion IoT devices are connected all over the world. So every second, 127 new IoT devices are connecting, and more and more this IoT technology it's going in the industrial manufacturing, in the enterprises, cars that it's connecting to the internet, and also the cellular IoT connection will be installed. So the IoT fields of the interest, they are in home control or smart city or industrial control, agriculture, medical care, or production. So what we want to do with the sensors, we decided to measure the air quality using a small sensor that will detect particular measure ammonia, volatile organic compound, or others. Measuring waste level, we will use sensor that measure ultrasonic level and will be tracked and used for waste management. Also, we want to measure water quality, and in this we want to monitorize 7 elements like pH, temperature, and acidity or something else to see if it's ecological danger for the people. So having this in mind was born IoT for Nature. IoT for Nature was born in June 2020, and after that we have a slow road. The first sensor that we sold was in August. In December we already were present in 3 cities from Romania. In January this year, more than 50 sensors were already installed in Romania. In May, more than 70 sensors, and in 13 cities were this kind of sensor installed. And today we are ready to launch also indoor air quality sensor. So before the startup rise, we needed to check a couple of points. So, for example, the first 3 points, they are mandatory in every domain. You need to identify what is the need of the market, yeah, what the people are needed. After that, the second one, identify the market segment, yeah, what is the segment that you want to sell your product. The third one will be identify of the competition. What is the competitor in the market you want to build a product. After that, to create a brand, you need to create a name, and we choose Strop the Air. That means drop of air. The logo will be a 3D drop, and also a slogan, yeah, that will remain in the year of the people, will be Schimbarea începe cu tine, or the change you want is starting with you. In the end, you need to make your company visible, so you need to create a website and to create channels on the social networks. So how this began? This started as a hobby project. Yeah, I started to put a couple of sensors together to measure air quality. After that, decided to improve my hobby project, and I saw on the market they wanted more and they needed a sensor like that, and I decided to improve it as a product. Yeah, with Profi, PCB, and all the components and boxes to be like a final product. So the value of the product, it's done by 3 things. Yeah, the quality of the measurement. This is the more important for a sensor. Yeah, how accurate is this? The second one will be the unique thing that will be different than the other product, yeah, from the market. So in this case, our product is hitting the air before it's measuring. After that will be the open data and send it to more platform. Yeah, we are not connected only with one platform. It's if one of the servers going down, the other 2 will be alive with the data. So the core of this project, it's the open source project. So a lot of people are using this software around the world, and they are improving day by day. So how we can make this startup to grow? Yeah, because we have only 1 year on the market. So we decided to reinvest our money in the research, to keep our product up to date. So this will be 20% of our gain. We decide to reinvest the money by increasing the quality. If we are choosing a better sensor or a better case, or I don't know, a better power supply. Again, 20% of our gain. Reinvesting the money to make you visible. This is publicity on the Facebook, YouTube, or Instagram, wherever you want to talk with your target. So in the last will be reinvesting money by donate to community. Being a product that it's visible in the group of people that is interested in the air quality, you can become visible donating to schools or to kindergartens or to community where is necessary to measure air quality. So to gain more clients, we saw that with 35% per year, we can increase it without something special, creating a blog and writing weekly articles of interest to the target market. You can share the content of interest on this social channel. Monthly, you can make explanation to the people how can they understand the data, or how they can use it, the data collected. The test with your product and explain to the target, it's also mandatory, and you can bring new feature to your product as soon as you can. This is related also with the research time allocated and with the money. I am the team, and I am the administrator and the developer of this startup, and my family also support me and has the patience with me. Thank you very much for watching this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your presentation. I have one quick question, if you can hear me. This was really interesting. What are some of the main challenges that you are facing today for your startup in regards to some of the next steps that you have planned?
Hello, and thank you for watching that. The main challenging will be the price of the component and the quality of this, because my big competitor is the China market. So I need to make a product to invest in that product and to make it cheaper than the Chinese that is making, I don't know, thousands of sensors. So the main challenge is to get cheap prime product, to make the sensors. This is the main one.
I sure hope that Danube Energy Plus Hub in your country, in Romania, will be able to help out with that, and that you will be. Yes. So good luck with your project, and I hope we'll stay in touch and have a chance to host you in the future when your startup is already a successful company from Romania. Thank you so much. Okay, and the next startup that we will hear is from Ukraine.
Hey guys, my name is Henry. Me and my father, we work on smart home systems and increasing efficiency of the buildings. We've noticed that a lot of energy is being spent on heating water. Usually it's being done using regular conventional gas-based systems. But there should be a better way to do it. And we decided to use solar energy to heat the water. It is eco-friendly, and using renewable energy is always a good idea. There are several ways of heating water using solar energy. First of all, it's solar collectors. Solar collectors are based on collectors themselves, which are connected with pipes to the place where you need to heat the water. Usually it's called the storage tank. The cons of this system is that it's not really easy to use this kind of systems on existing buildings, and you usually lose a lot of energy on the way from the collectors to the storage tank. Another way of heating water using solar energy is using of the traditional schema of solar panels. So the traditional schema is connecting solar panels to the batteries, which are gonna store the energy, and then they use DC-AC inverters to change the DC power to AC, which can be then used with any electronic devices. But since the boiler itself is a device that can use DC energy, there is no need for using of the inverters. We can also get rid of the accumulator batteries if you're gonna accumulate the energy inside of the boilers themselves in hot water. So we decided to go this way. It seems pretty logical and pretty simple that you can just connect the solar panels directly to the boilers, but it's not as simple as it sounds. If you connect the solar panels directly to the boiler would just break. It's not really easy to work with DC power. It's not so manageable as the AC power is. So to fix all these problems, we created our own device, which we called eSource adapter. So the eSource adapter makes it possible to connect the solar panels directly to the boiler. And this is the schema of our system. So we have the solar panels, we have our device, and then it's connected directly to the boiler. And it controls also the temperature of the boiler, and it controls the DC power. It can connect the AC power when there is not enough energy. The main benefits of our system is that it's really easy to install. You can install it on existing buildings. You don't have to use any pipes as you do with the solar collectors. You don't need any extra devices as batteries or inverters. So the installation is very simple. It's much cheaper than other systems, especially the systems with like the traditional usage of the solar panels, because the inverters and batteries are the most expensive parts of that system, and we just got rid of them. And you don't have to maintain it for often, because like the average lifetime of the batteries is up to 5 years. After that period of time, you have to buy the new batteries, or it's going to be much less efficient. In our system, we don't use any batteries. We just accumulate all the energy inside of the hot water inside of the boiler. So we don't need the batteries. So it's much more maintainable. It's much cheaper. So those are the biggest benefits of the system. The marketplace of our system is basically our customers are basically any household, any businesses, any government institutions. So anyone who needs hot water is our customer. To calculate the market size capacity, we decided to do it based on our region. In our region, there are on average 200,000 families have private houses or live in the apartments. because our system can be also used for the apartments as well. It's really easy to install, and you don't really need too many panels. You can just have 2 panels, which can be used on the balcony of any average building even. The government institutions are on average 100,000, like different government, any government related buildings. So let's say we have 300,000 customers in our region. With the price of the device is 150 euros, the market capacity is 45 million euros. Our idea is innovative, so there are currently no competitors on the market. So we assume that the market share of our product is 100%. The business model that we plan to use is, first of all, B2B. So we are planning to sell our device using local distributors. Those can be the existing companies, those do solar system installations. We also plan to work with direct customers on the later stages. To promote our products, we are planning to use internet. And we'll be also participating in exhibitions and conferences with related topic. Our team, as I said, is me, Henry. I'm a computer programmer. I've worked as a tech lead and CTO of several IT companies in the United States and in Israel and Ukraine as well. My father is a brilliant electronics engineer, and he's an author of several inventions. We are looking. We already have a working prototype. We have a monitoring system that we use to see how it goes and how it depends on weather conditions, etc. Currently, we are looking for investitions of up to 30,000 euros to start the mass production and to spend them on advertisements and promotions as well. Based on our business plan, we plan to have a payback of the project within 2 years. So thank you very much for watching. Have a nice day.
Thank you so much, Henry, for introducing us to your innovation eSource adapter. And Henry is not here to join us today for the Q&A, but his partner in this business and his father is here with us today. Hello. Just a quick question. What are some of your plans for the future in regards to your innovation and your go-to-market?
Ну, мы дальше разрабатываем конструкцию. So currently we continue to develop our prototype. Разрабатываем схемы энергонезависимости на аккумуляторах для питания самого адаптера. So we are developing sustainable schemes for the adapter. Ну, проводим рекламную кампанию максимально сколько можем. As well as we are holding marketing campaigns as well as we just can.
Perfect. Thank you so much, and good luck with your future plans. It was really great having you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you too.
Bye-bye. And the next startup that we will meet is from Croatia.
Hi, we are Goran and Carlo, both entrepreneurs with newly funded companies. Last year, we applied for the Danube Energy Plus program, and our concept was recognized as one of the top ideas in our region. Clever building design, it's an innovative and revolutionary concept in natural building industry that leads us to zero carbon architecture. The whole concept of the idea, it's based on circular economy pillars, as well as other goals settled from the European Union's Sustainable Development Program, such industry, innovation, and infrastructure. Nowadays, we have an increasing number of industrial hemp growers in Croatia, so we focused our business to obtain the most of the plant with the product that everyone treats like waste. Our technology leads us to find new solutions in ecological building material industries and reducing waste in agriculture sector at the same time. Use of innovative methods to create environmental friendly products, use of renewable natural resources that future generation can also benefit from, and effectively change waste pattern and production in a way that it won't harm the planet. Hemp industry today, so almost 90% of the hemp farmers grow their plant exclusively for flower and leaf production. 70% of the plant can be used in other purposes, but it's treated like waste. Yearly, we have 150% increase of hemp producers in our country. During his growing phase, the plant absorbs 3 times more CO2 than a forest of the same area. With the product development and our newly founded BioBlock company, we started the production of health-friendly ecological building materials that are CO2 negative and highly energy efficient. The benefit of our product in an ecological way, it's made of renewable raw materials. It is recyclable at the end of his life cycle, champion of CO2 absorption at the same time. About energy efficiency, it's a good thermal insulation and also a high heat storage as well. When we are talking about health, inside the building, we have a high quality of indoor air and all the materials are not treated with any chemical at all. In the first phase of our project, we started the cooperation with hemp growers around Croatia, and our cooperants and partners are already planting and growing industrial hemp. Collaborating with them, we are collecting raw materials in regional areas made by our cluster representatives. In the processing phase of the project, we are drying the raw materials in a show period of 36 hours. After that, we are cutting it, so it's possible to cut more than 1,000 kilo of material in 8 hours. And after that, also, we need to storage it until the material is needed. After this process, the material is ready to be used in the next phase. Building material production phase. So first mixing with lime and water. After that, pressing it to get blocks under pressure and drying it at room temperature. After this process, the product is ready to be used in the building phase. Final phase, construction and sales. Delivery, final materials to construction site, building with our blocks or prefabricated modules, and the final product is the key turn solution to the end customer. This is a render of a house that we are building now in Petrinja. And that was everything about us. For more information, contact us info@bioblock.eu. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Hi. Thank you so much for this really interesting presentation. This is the first time I've seen such a product. Tell me, when will this prototype house be finished?
The prototype house will be finished, I think, at the end of the month if everything will go good. So actually, we put already the pillars inside because we are doing something other. We are doing like screw pillars, and of this will go everything constructed as a module. So I think that end of June the house will be ready to
Wow, that's soon. Really, really exciting. And what are some of your plans after this pilot is finished?
So the plans now it's to find a big production scale also in the area of Petrinja, and now to buy a few more machines. Actually, we have one, so we would like to buy 2 more and start the production. So until the end of the year, I think that we will maybe build 3 more houses. So that's the plan for the end of the year.
Amazing. Good luck with that. Have a good day.
Thank you very much.
The next startup that we will meet is from Bulgaria.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Stefan Hristozov from Unmanned Systems Bulgaria. In our company, we develop and deploy air traffic management solutions for drone operations, or as it is known all around the world, unmanned traffic management. In Europe, it's called U-Space. Meet John, who in the current example is a farmer, but John can also be a construction site engineer or a wedding photographer. John can be pretty much any number of things, and recently he acquired a drone for his professional needs. Unfortunately for him, during one of his missions, he overflew a military site nearby and disrupted the work there. Right now, he's into a lot of trouble because of that. And if only he had his approvals much faster and didn't try to bypass the whole procedure with the authorities, and if only he had a better understanding of the airspace he was actually flying into and which zone is open and which is not, updated in real time so he has the comfort of knowing that he is in compliance, onto his preferred device being the tablet or even the ground control station from where he controls the drone, he wouldn't be in that situation at the moment. And basically, this is what we do. We connect John through our cloud-based service with the authorities, so he communicates his flight intent with them. He is then debriefed about the current situation there and is allowed to go. In order to support this, we'll ask him to pay us an annual subscription fee of €100, for example. That kind of services is called U-Space around Europe, and it is estimated that it will reach €2 billion threshold in the next 5 to 10 years. Just to put this into perspective, air traffic management thing as a whole around the world is estimated at €10 billion. Now, we have secured the support of aviation and startup ecosystems in both Bulgaria and Europe. And since the end of the program in the middle of the year, we have become a member of UAV-DACH, that's the German-speaking union of unmanned aerial systems. EUROCAE, that's the European standardization body for aviation, Bulgarian Aviation Industry Association. We also are member of U-Space network of demonstrators. And we also have signed the memorandums of cooperation both with Air Force Academy and Bulatsa. Now, after we completed the program, pretty much the next month, we incorporated the company and started developing the MVP that we intend to deliver by the third quarter of 2021. The next step is to test it in a sandbox environment, as with the example of Air Force Academy. The next step, of course, because it's an aviation safety related issue, it's an aviation system, we have to start the certification process according to the new legislation. More on that in the next slides. The last step is to deliver Bulgaria to the U-Space map of Europe and think of expansion. As I said, the implementing act was published 2 weeks actually ago, and we have secured the support of both the Air Force Academy and Bulatsa. We asked for 250,000 to start the testing in a controlled environment, to start the certification process, and to deliver the service first on the market because it's of utmost importance. The theme, as you can see, is with a lot of expertise from the aviation and IT. I was the national focal point for drones in 2019. Kalin has his previous experience as business development and sales officers from Rolls-Royce and Airbus. And Svet has huge amount of expertise from IT and system integration. Thank you very much for your attention. If we succeed in our activity, then we can unlock the skies to a lot more opportunities and businesses pretty much for everyone. I'm looking forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Stefan, for your presentation. This is a really, really interesting and unique product. Tell me, now that you are done dealing with some heavy regulations and paperwork regarding your solution, what are some of the next challenges that you face in putting this product to market?
Well, first of all, we have to have these recognitions from the aviation authorities in Bulgaria. That's the National Civil Aviation Administration and BUATS as the National Air Navigation Service Provider. And if we get them on board, as I said, BUATS is already on board, but if we get them on board, we can start showcasing certain demonstrator projects and to actually get more and more people as clients.
Perfect. I wish you all the luck with that. Have a great day, and thank you for joining us. Okay, the next startup that we'll have a chance to meet comes from Czech Republic.
Good afternoon to everyone. My name is Rudolf Samuel-Mašek, and I am here to present the technological biological waste recycling concept, which we named Aquareactor. I am the creator of this concept, and with my two colleagues, Filip Dvořáček and Dominik Mareš, we are working to put this concept into practice. They are not here with me today, so I shall represent also them. Our project is formed out of several existing and functional concepts, which we have brought together and which we have also changed slightly. So they together create a very efficient system, where all of these single concepts function and interact with each other in kind of symbiosis. To name a few concepts we are using, I would mention aquaponics/hydroponics farms, anaerobic bioreactors, aerobic bioreactors, mushroom farms, and so on. The waste we are planning to process in our concept would be the waste from city parks, gastronomical businesses, families and their gardens, and etc. However, the bio-waste which we don't want to process in our project are the dishes containing salt. The amount of salt in dishes is often in such large quantities that it could damage the biochemical processes of our concept. From this selected bio-waste, we will manage to get methane for electricity and heat. This will take place in anaerobic bioreactor, which will pre-process the nutrients for growing mushrooms, plants, algae, or zooplankton, which could be used to feed fish. The carbon dioxide from burning the methane will also find its use in Aquareactor. It will transform into biomass of algae. We will be using atmospheric carbon dioxide as well for the same purpose. And by this, we can clean the air and be carbon negative, completely carbon negative. The biomass of algae will be used to get bio-oil, and from that will be possible to get efficient biofuels, or make plastic, or use it for cooking. The rest of the biomass of the algae will be put back in the nutrient circulation of our system. To summarize it, we will be using biological waste, which is already collected in cities for composting purposes. And by this way, we would make great service for the community and also clean the air. As I have mentioned, there will be more importantly other benefits throughout the whole year, like electricity, heat, plants, mushroom, fish, food for fish, organic oil, and all of them in bioquality without pesticides. I also shouldn't forget about the production of fertile soil, functioning as efficient fertilizer. As I said, first prototype is still in theoretical study, but we are cooperating with professionals from Pardubice University, Mendel University, Czech Technical University, and also with private sector represented by CZ Testing. They are helping us to develop the best theory and schemes for the prototype and to help us in research and data analyzing. With their help, we can improve our theoretical part and gain better chance to receive a grant from the Pardubice region. The prototype is being planned to be built in the garden of Pardubice Gymnasium Dashicka 1083, as 2 of us are still students there. With the grant, we will not only finance building and maintaining the prototype, but also laboratory analysis and experiments will be financed from that as well. And we could find from that all the counts and negatives of our concept and its limitations. So we would be 100% ready to take it to the market. On the business side, we have been approved by Czech Invest to become a member of some of its technological incubators, where we will get financial support of 200,000 euro at least for the future development and starting the business. We have also contacted the ESA Business Incubator Prague because we believe that our concept has also potential in the space industry. We are informed about other technological/business incubators, of which we are also planning to be part of. We are determined to get as many contacts, experience, and financial support as possible. We are planning to be a startup and economically grow and expand, to aim at so-called green wave of Western and other countries, and build aqua reactors in every city, town, village, or big agricultural complexes. To process all that non-wanted bio-waste and return it into the market in the many different but wanted products. We strongly believe that if the EU would support our project and future business, we could really make a difference and ease the problems of the planet, create a lot of job opportunities across the country, not only in the cities, and make Europe and other parts of the world more agriculturally, energetically self-efficient, and to help nature without creating other problems which would require some special solutions. I really thank for this opportunity to be there, and I just want to mention that only 2 pictures we were using are not of our origin. The rest was completely ours. Thank you for focus.
Hi, thank you, Rudolf. This was a really great presentation, and it's really a great example of circular economy being put to use for the benefit of the society and also for building a successful business out of it. I'm interested, you mentioned that you are considering applying to some other accelerators and incubator programs. So would you be willing to share what are some of the programs that you are considering for the next phase of your business?
For sure. Like one incubator is formed in our home city, Pardubice. They want to build one big recycling center with business incubators to support businesses to recycle all the waste. And they like tell us that if we want to be part of, even though we are students, we can be. So they will put it in practice like in 3 to 4 months, and when it will start working, we will like join our project.
Perfect. Good luck with that. And tell me, what is your business model for this innovation that you are building?
Of course. Our business model from the beginning is going to be to upgrade already existing anaerobic bioreactors, which are there are a few centers where the biological waste is concentrated, and making for creation of methane. And these units, there's like 500 of them in Czech Republic alone. We want to like make them ideal that we will upgrade it to an aqua reactor to make it more self-efficient, because nowadays these units are not self-efficient without donations from the state and European Union. And parallelly, we want to make ourselves in the programs of the European Union for the transformation of European energy production. So there is like a lot of bureaucracy, and we thinking that it will take a few years before we will get there. So before that, and with that, we want to go by what I mentioned first, into the private sector.
Perfect. I wish you a lot of luck and determination on that road. And thank you so much for introducing us to your innovation.
That's a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, and the final startup that we will have a chance to hear today is coming from Serbia.
Hello everyone, my name is Danilo Komatina and we are Synergy Storage. We would like to thank you for the opportunity to share our vision with you and show you how we can all catch the value of energy storage in Synergy. Our team is made up from seasoned experts in energy sector, and we have been witnesses to a shift in renewable energy sources in the past decade. However, the shift wasn't without difficulties. The most recent, and the one we are trying to deal with, is connected to solar power plants. With all solar power plants producing energy at the same time, prices in these periods are stumbling down. We call this cannibalism of solar energy. It's eating its own profits. Electricity market is the most volatile market of all asset classes, and that brings a high level of risk for investors, much more now when the feed-in tariff system is being left behind and when PPA contracts replace auction mechanism. How can we fix this? We propose adding battery storage to your power plants and selling the energy not when it is produced, but when the prices are the highest. But this can be tricky. How do you determine the optimal energy storage size? How to evaluate all the risks connected to the investment? And how to know when to charge and when to discharge the batteries? That's where our software comes into play. And not only that, you get a possibility to access a whole new market, ancillary services and balancing market. We estimate an increase of around 20% to your income, and in the future due to the participation in these markets. Why is now the perfect moment to invest? Solar power plants tech is cheaper than ever. Batteries are becoming more and more so. Building a solar plus battery system or even adding a battery array to an existing solar power plant will greatly increase your profit in the future while reducing risks. Solar and battery markets are rising exponentially and are estimated to hundreds of billions of euros in only the next 5 years. We estimate that software takes up for about 1.5% of the investment, and if we approach 10% of the customers, we are looking at a total of around 500 million euros of addressable market. There are a few important companies in this niche, but we believe we can bring an edge to investors with features like reserve allocation, ancillary services, market access, lower costs, etc. Currently, we have a working prototype of our energy storage arbitrage model. We are looking to add further functionalities in the near future, most notably the dispatching model that we expect to have operational before the end of the third quarter, and the investment decision model before the end of the year. The customers we are looking for are both investors, project developers, and large-scale producers or utilities, but it could be also off-takers or trading companies, banks, and regulators. The most likely business model would be an annual subscription with operational support, with possible custom-tailored add-ons per investor requests. We are a team of 3 right now, with Radoš Čovarkava being energy storage arbitrage specialist, Nikola Georgievich, PhD, dealing with power system stability and control and mathematical optimizations, and my own expertise is balancing markets and dispatching. Thank you for your time, and I'll be glad to try and answer any questions you might have.
Hi, thank you, Danilo, for your presentation. And I must say, being one of the people who worked with your startup last year during pilot program, it's really great to see you guys still working on this innovation, and I really wish you good luck. Tell me, what are some of your next plan for the next few months in regards to the solution?
Like we said in the presentation, our goal is to create the next few modules that will help us or help the investors reach decisions regarding the investments, and also use those modules to finally get some clients on board with us, and that would surely help us bring even more of our own time into this project and help speed us up quite a bit.
Perfect. I'm sure that our newly formed Danube Energy Plus Hub will be able to help you with that. So I'm looking forward to our work together in the months to come. Thank you so much.
You too.
Okay, and we will now hear Johann Soderbaum from InnoEnergy Germany, and he will talk to us about the state of energy storage and batteries, as well as European Battery Alliance during his keynote. He works in InnoEnergy in the thematic field of energy storage, and we're looking forward to hearing what he has to say about the state of things in Europe in this area. Hi, Johan.
Hi there. Thank you
very
much.
Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me. There. Okay. Just a few words of introduction of myself. Johan Söderblom is my name. I'm actually located in Sweden, but I'm working for InnoEnergy, as you heard, and InnoEnergy is a truly European organization. So that means working with smart grid and energy storage across Europe, all the countries. Thematic leader is sort of in another company like CTO, meaning that my role is to keep an eye on the development here, having a portfolio overview, and also working with some of the investment programs that we have in InnoEnergy. But I will be talking about something called European Battery Alliance today, and this is an ecosystem in Europe that has been set up in order to promote the establishment of a European battery value chain, which means getting battery production started in Europe in order to support the industries we have in Europe, but also to make sure that we have a European production of these very important components here. The European Battery Alliance 250 specifically then is something that InnoEnergy is running, which is the industrial part of the Battery Alliance, which is on Europe, more of a European Union activity. But what we have in the European Battery Alliance is about 650 stakeholders that are active all along the entire battery value chain. And the battery value chain you can see in a circular format on the slide here, where you have a raw material starting all the way downstream through active materials, going to cell manufacturing, battery packs, applications and integration, and then finally recycling, which is sort of feeding back into raw materials. So that is essentially. I will get back to this a little bit because I wanted to give you sort of a backstory of why we are working with the battery value chain. And the focus then on battery manufacturing, as we have, sort of is coming really from some facts that we can see here. And I borrowed some statistics from Bloomberg here, where they are projecting the annual demand for lithium-ion batteries in the coming years. And what we can see here is that the dominating driver for this is electric vehicles, both commercial as well as passenger vehicles. And we can see that already this year, things are taking off actually quite extensively. And this is pushing the demand for batteries in the production of batteries, definitely. We also, of course, see that there are other things that are demanding additional battery capacity to be built, which is stationary storage and other applications, of course, of batteries. But if we look a little bit closer on the vehicles, which is strongly driving this, we can see that there's been an amazing growth, and there's also projected to be amazing growth of electric vehicles. We see that, interesting enough here, actually, that China, of course, is ahead a little bit of the others, but Europe is well on the way to actually take a lead position in the number of electric vehicles. We have been lately actually making this transition quicker and quicker. And what I can say now from some last figures from May, sales figures, is that in Germany alone, it was 25% of the sold cars during May was actually plug-in electric vehicles. So that really shows that things are happening quickly on the vehicle side. And then why lithium-ion batteries in particular then? Well, looking at this graph or this chart here that I think you recognize from other parts, where you look at system power rating and discharge time of the rated power to get some sort of a feeling for where different storage function applications fit in this. And we see that for long-term storage, we have hydro, pumped hydro. And on the really short terms there, it's super caps, so ultra capacitors. But interesting enough here is that the lithium-ion battery is actually spanning quite a large area of this chart here, and has a wide application field, which makes it very interesting. And of course, this is something that has been driven by the automotive industry, since this is the technology that's been adopted as part of the drivetrain for the vehicles. Another way of looking at this is looking at the drop in capital cost for energy storage. This data coming from Rocky Mountain Institute shows that when we have applications becoming competitive due to the decrease in price. And just to comment on the decrease in price, that's completely amazing that the prices or cost for battery manufacturing has come down as it has. But we can see that in the large graph down left that early on micromobility such as scooters and e-bikes and stuff like that became competitive. But quite early, actually, electric vehicles have been competitive, at least if you look at the total cost of ownership. And it has become more so because it's the performance of the battery has actually outperformed what was expected when it comes to cycle time and things like that. So the lifetime of the cars and the cycle life of the batteries has actually made it very profitable to, if you can afford it, at least to own a electric vehicle. But interesting is if we look at the blown up diagram there, when the prices are coming down to the level which they actually are today, is the other applications that are becoming unlocked and profitable based on the cost of the capital cost of the batteries. And firstly, what we have seen already is that peaker plants, instead of building new gas-fired peaker plants in areas such as California or Australia, where this is a big demand, has been starting to be replaced by battery installations, which has several benefits. For one thing, of course, it's a more economic way of doing it, but it also often a much quicker way of actually getting this peaker capacity online. And if we move a little bit further down the cost curve, we can see that also passing through the vehicle side, but we can see that also existing peaker plants is something that can be replaced by batteries. So that is really where you see that things are moving along quickly. And to show that, if we look, if we leave the cars for a little while here and stay with the stationary storage, we can see that compared to other technologies in the power system, such as production from wind, both onshore and offshore, and photovoltaics, if we compare batteries and the decrease in cost for batteries, then we have a dramatic drop, which is the absolutely fastest compared to all these technologies. So all of this together is really driving the battery demand. Okay, so then, and the European battery value chain, why? Why do we need to do that? One thing is to look at the right-hand side of this slide, which there's no caption on this, but what it is where the cars are manufactured in Europe or in the world. And we can see that somewhere around 30% of the cars in the world is actually manufactured in Europe. And this, given that we are making the transition to sustainable road traffic, which is, I pointed to earlier, which is going extremely quickly, that means that in order not to be dependent on import of battery cells and battery packs, it's a good idea to do something about the situation in Europe. And moving back to 2017, when the discussion started, we can see that the situation was looking quite bleak then. If we look at the raw material side of this value chain, there was hardly nothing going on in Europe, less than 1% or somewhere around 1% on some critical minerals. Moving up the value chain towards processed materials, that's what goes into the electrode and electrodes. Then, yeah, a little bit more, but still very bleak on this side. And manufacturing cells and modules, that was nothing. So given that, we had the situation where actually the European Union started to be a bit nervous on the situation. And of course, if we do not have the supply chain to actually build the new electric vehicles that will be demanded, and also demanded by the goals that we have set up, both worldwide as well as in Europe, when it comes to making a transition of the energy system, then we are in big trouble. Given that, we had a initiative from Maros Sefcovic, who was vice president of the Commission and sort of the energy minister of the Commission, to actually start working on the value chain in some way. And the important thing here was that, and it says on the bottom paragraph, that collectively work on this. So this is actually the thing that made this successful, I would say, is that we were working as across the value chain all the time. So setting up this alliance, European Battery Alliance, it was extremely important at all points, and also creating the strategy for the European Union to have a full representation of the value chain, of actors in the value chain that could contribute in the different activity that's ongoing. And this has actually proved to be very successful. As I said before, there's about 650 active members in this European Battery Alliance. The name European Battery Alliance 250 comes from the notion that we have estimated that by 2025 the market opportunities will be around 250 billions a year, which is astonishing figures, of course. But looking at the situation right now is that we are actually moving towards that situation. So the activities in European Battery Alliance is very much networking in making it possible to connect the raw materials manufacturers to the ones that are making the active materials and moving along up the value chain. And also quite a lot of focus to try to find a way to create recycling and second use battery opportunities within the value chain. One thing that it goes a little bit to show the importance of focusing on the entire value chain is this projections that's been made by Benchmark Minerals. on the demand for batteries within the vehicle sector. And early on, there was a battery constrained market. You can see that there's less batteries manufactured than that was needed for electric vehicles. We're moving into a time right now where we actually are getting quite a lot of battery manufacturing online. So in that respect, it looks good for the moment. However, we are moving into a situation where we don't have supply of active material. So at this point, the market will be probably constrained by cathode or anode material in that sense. And moving up along the timeline here, by 2030, we see that again there's a huge demand of electric vehicles, which is not satisfied by batteries that they are going to be made within Europe. But there's also a major constraint on the raw material side. So from that perspective, it's extremely important that we take a holistic view when it comes to the value chain approach. Okay, so where do we stand today? Has this helped anything for the European market? Have we moved along in some way? And I would say yes. This is a map that shows all the ongoing and planned battery cell factories in Europe, the gigafactories. And the blue ones are actually under construction. So there's actually quite a few of these projects ongoing right now, where the walls of the factories are being erected. And in many cases, there are also some pre-production laboratories set up in this case. But from this perspective, it's quite an extensive fleet of factories being set up. And looking also on a little bit more on other parts of the value chain, downstream, there's quite a few mine and active materials and recycling projects that is being started. And this is very interesting because there hasn't really been many mining projects started lately in Europe. Still, as I showed in an earlier slide, it's definitely a challenge to be able to satisfy this. But there's happened a lot of things in the last 6 years, actually, which is for me quite an astonishing feat that has been accomplished by the European Union in this side. I will finalize this presentation here with just one slide giving examples of startups. And in this case, the startups has come a little bit longer than what the really interesting startups that we heard about earlier in this session. But nevertheless, they are to be considered startups. And the first one I'd like to point to, and these are startups that InnoEnergy, we are involved in them. We have been involved in them since the beginning, actually. The first one is Northvolt, which is the first large-scale battery factory that's being established in Europe, apart from some of the Asian ones that have been here since before. But this is a major, large-scale, up to 40 gigawatt-hour planned factory. And starting in 2017, when we first had our first discussion with them, and where we actually made our first investment on a low level, just as a startup. They today have actually started production in their laboratory scale, and which laboratory scale means that they're actually being able to produce about 0.5 gigawatt-hour yearly on this. The first factory called the Northvolt 1, which is being erected in north of Sweden, is well away to start production late this year or early next year. And the Northvolt has the basic values that we're trying to, in the European battery value chain, trying to push for all the battery manufacturing in Europe, and it's the green battery. So making sure that there is as little as possible carbon footprint from each battery manufacturer, as well as making sure that there is a sustainable way of sourcing the materials for the battery. So that fits very well, of course, in Sweden, where you have essentially no carbon dioxide coming from the electricity production, but that is true also for example, France and other locations in Europe. So. And we're also in Europe, the part of the world where we have the most rapid expansion of renewables into our systems. The other startup, which is also in the storage, but in a slightly different way, it's a company called Skeleton Tech from Estonia and Germany, and they are working on ultracapacitors, and they are actually working on a new generation of ultracapacitors where the energy density is highly enhanced, and you're doing that by using more exotic materials, such as graphene on the electrodes in this one. But moving up in the energy density there opens doors for completely new applications on the market for the capacitors, and they have definitely a good position to be useful in the transition towards a renewable energy system. So with those two examples, and I really hope that you guys that have been presenting before me actually end up in this situation where you're scaling up and where you can also perhaps take advantage of these type of industrial value chain activities that we have on European ground. I'd like to thank you very much for having me here. So I will leave the word back to Nevenka.
Thank you so much, Johan, for this very insightful presentation. It was really interesting to see what the European energy storage landscape looked like in 2017 and how it changed after European Battery Alliance was established and after years of dedicated work from your side. And it was really great to hear some of your plans for the future and where you see European ecosystem in regards to energy storage in the years to come. Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure talking to you today.
Thank you.
And now we are moving on to a short break. We will see you back here at 12:15, where we will have a panel discussion and where our panelists from different countries in the region will discuss the role of startups in the digital economy. We'll see you back in about 20 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. As mentioned before our break, now we will move on to the panel discussion on the topic of the role of startups in the digital economy ecosystem. The panel will be moderated by Nemanja Milovic, who is founder of Climate 101 project and website for informing the public about the effects of the climate change and the active role that we can take in preventing and dealing with the consequences of climate change. Nemanja will also be joined by entrepreneurs from the region and representatives from public institutions. So with us here today is Mislav Javor, who is CEO of AmpNet, a startup in the area of energy efficiency from Croatia. Also, Marko Stjepanovic, founder of Onobikes, a Serbian startup, also in the area of energy efficiency, and Petra Srdnikova, who is director of Paradubice Business Incubator from Czech Republic. Welcome, everyone.
Hello.
Thank you. It's great to see you. And I'm leaving you the screen and the stage, and have a great discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, hello everyone. Welcome to the panel where we will discuss the role of startups in the digital economy. As Nevenka said, my name is Nemanja Milovic. I'm the founder of Klima 101. We are covering climate change and clean tech related news in the whole region, but mainly focusing on Serbia. So since Nevenka has already introduced our panelists, I won't go into any further ado. I would just have a short introduction. Basically, climate change is the defining issue of our time, for sure. And if we are to meet the Paris climate goals, which is to keep the warming below 2 degrees and aim for the 1.5 degrees centigrade warming since the pre-industrial period, we need innovation. We already have a lot of solutions, but we still need more innovation in order to fulfill all of those goals. And when we speak about innovation, I don't only mean more efficient batteries, more efficient solar panels, and more efficient wind turbines. We also need to improve the way that we do things. We need to improve our processes. And actually, the story about decarbonization is pretty much also a story about the digitalization. We are going to have a distributed power system, and we need to be a lot smarter in the way that we use our energy, our resources, and our time even. And even this pandemic has shown us how we can actually be more efficient and have a conference like this done remotely without the traveling and without a lot of emissions from that part. So in these innovations that are needed, startups are going to have a critical role, because they are the ones who can innovate quickly and move fast and agile in the new markets and actually identify the needs of the new economy. While startups have an important role, also business support organizations also have a very important role. So today in this discussion, we're going to speak a bit about how the startups can help this and how actually business support organizations can help facilitate this transition. Hello to all of the guests. Thank you for joining us here today. And I will start with a question to Petra Srdnikova from Pardubice Business Incubator. Petra, I would like to know, given your experience in the startup ecosystem and supporting startups in the Czech Republic, what role do you see for startups in the digital economy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you mentioned it a little bit because you mentioned that startups are really open to new technologies, and I think that's the essential thing that we should mention here. Startups are open to new technologies, to new ways how to do things, and maybe they can also push the others, the SMEs that are, for example, set in some processes for a long time and are not willing to change things. And I think the startups that are coming with new ideas, new technologies, are those who can really move things forward. And I think this should be said here. And I have the same experience from the Czech Republic. We have also a national recovery plan here in the Czech Republic. And I think that's the basis for these startups to have the right surrounding, the right background for their activities, because as soon as they are supported by the state and by the organizations like us, I think that they will be able to come up with really interesting ideas. So digitalization as itself was not really supported at the beginning by the Czech Republic, but then the mindset changed, and I hope the mindset will be changed also on the local level.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I agree with you that we also need, in all of this shift that we were talking about, we also need a mindset change, and we also need local authorities and governments to realize how they can support startups. And I'm really happy to have you here so you can share us your experience in how you have been doing so in the Czech Republic. Next question I have, which is basically the same question for both Mislav and Marko, because when people think about energy investment, and when they think about mobility, which are the areas in which your startups operate, the word digital doesn't necessarily come to mind first. But as we've mentioned previously, when we decarbonize the economy, we will also need to digitalize it even more. And actually, I would like to know if you could please tell us, Mislav, you first, how your company is working on contributing to the digitalization of the economy and decarbonization of the sector, and how do you see your role in that process?
Well, you know, our approach has been quite different than, I would say, most approaches to this, because most approaches where I find some fault with a lot of green and renewable energy initiatives is they assume a certain form of benevolence on part of people and participants. They generally assume, okay, yes, people will want to invest into green energy because it is green, because it'll save the planet. And yes, there is an aspect to it, but the amount of people who are actually thinking about actively participating and changing the world through investments into renewable energy is maybe 10%, which is still a lot, but 10% of people who are generally investing into whatever. So we need to make renewable energy a very viable alternative to a lot of other investments. So one of the things that we realized is that renewable energy is extremely stable as an investment class. So let's say you have a solar farm or you have a wind farm or something like that, you know, the returns are stable. It's 6, 7, 8%, but they don't really change over a 30-year period. And since we are in blockchain, we want to use this stability for something. And so we realized that by leveraging the decentralized finance movement in blockchain and the movements of renewable energy investments, we can combine them and give blockchain investors what we call an exit from volatility. You know, when Bitcoin and Ether are going up and down, up and down, up and down, they have a safe haven that they can return to. They can go into renewable energy and then invest through this. So there's a very big point to be made about leveraging human greed to funnel money into socially responsible and green projects. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to engineer a system of economics which will make investing into renewable energy one of like very, very viable, very profitable endeavors for investors.
And could you please share your current results? Which projects have you been able to conclude thus far, and how successful were they?
So thus far, we have started a pilot project with Greenpeace Greece and a company called Genervest in Greece. They have been publishing renewable energy projects, solar farms, wind farms, etc. So far, we have around a pipeline of, let's say, $15 million of renewable energy projects posted for funding, which I think is a reasonably good portfolio to be made. And now, you know, very soon the campaign should take off anytime, and we'll see how it goes. You know, you never know with investors in which direction they will go, but the response from people who are owners of solar farms and renewable energy installations has been positive. But I must have one very big disclaimer. We as a company, we don't do these searching for projects. We don't find renewable energy projects or anything. We're just giving the technology. So our bet is that if we provide the technology, people who are, fund managers, renewable energy asset managers, and things like that, they will have an easier way of achieving their goals. That's basically the point.
Yeah, I think that it has great potential, and for sure, as time passes by, investors are going to realize that renewable energy is one of the safest investments that we can make. And there are actually a lot of managers which are basing their whole investment strategies in actually people not realizing that there is a significantly lower risk in investing in renewables than investing in a lot of other areas. So I'm really excited to see.
It's a reasonably good asset class because it sits somewhere in the middle between like a low risk investment fund and stocks. It's like 4 or 5% annualized returns, which is more than like 1% that you get from a fund. It's less than 10% you could get from stocks, but it's much more secure. So it's a very, very nice, very interesting asset class for investors.
Yes, thank you. And Marko, I would like to ask you a similar question. Your company is dealing with mobility, electromobility, e-bikes, and actually shared urban mobility as well. And that's also another thing that when we think about, that area of work, we don't necessarily think about digital economy. So could you please tell us a bit more about what your company is doing and how it is contributing to the digitalization of the economy?
Yeah, sure. Well, first of all, thanks for having me, and sorry for my cam not working. But we're a team from Belgrade, and we started developing this kind of sustainable mobility solutions 10 years ago, almost now. And first project was Onobikes. So the startup company that built a uniquely designed and extremely powerful e-bike that basically took a lot of awards all over the world. And the point with that was to show that it is possible to have these kind of electric vehicle that is designed with style, so you can move through urban areas with style, because up until then it was only Toyota Prius that no one wanted to drive, and things like that. So we kind of developed the project, and as we were developing the team, we started thinking about the shared mobility solutions for urban areas, and how we can make this kind of bring this new value to people that are moving every day. And that's basically the old concept. Our second project, Odorite, is the old concept of rickshaw that we improved by basically making it digital, smart, and also by implementing solar panel on the roof of the bike, making it much more sustainable in terms of the number of battery cells that the rickshaw has to use. So we don't need to change like 3 battery packs per rickshaw. We only use 1 because solar panel recharges it. And the whole technology around solar is developing pretty fast. So the panels are becoming much more powerful, which means less time to recharge the batteries. The batteries are becoming, better as well. So this is definitely the area that is improving much, and we think that that there's a huge potential there. Then we also the idea of making smart mobility solution is to basically bring this digital service, and we're basically the only company in the rickshaw industry to offer the service through a mobile app. So this is something that is standard now for mobility solutions like Uber or Lyft or whatever, but in rickshaw industry, literally no one ever implemented it up until now. So this is where we thought that we can bring some value. Our next project is Smartbox, which is basically an IoT device with a camera and 4 sensors that through machine learning provides real-time data about key life quality parameters in urban areas. This is what we want to implement not only in rickshaws, but in all public transportation. The idea is to basically get these real-time heat maps so we can share them with local governments in order for them to make our cities cleaner, smarter, more efficient. So I think it's enough for a start.
Yeah, thank you. I would just like to add like one small comment. I have recently read an article that shows basically that people who are moving to electric bikes are displacing their car driving. So electric bikes are in a big way actually reducing the number of cars which are being driven on the city streets. This case in point is Netherlands, but I think that this is a good, let's say, example at how our cities might look in the future while we make them smarter, more resilient to climate change, and actually more pleasant for living. So I'm also excited that we have a company from this part of Europe which is also going to contribute to that goal as well.
I mean, you're 100% right, because we're at the beginning of a huge redesign of our urban areas, and in next decade it will look completely different than what we used to see our cities. So yeah, we want to be a part of this change. So.
Yeah, great. Petra, I would like to come back to you with a question. You have big experience in working with startups like AmpNet and like OnoBikes and Odoride. And I would like to ask you if you could tell us a bit more about how does Pardubice Business Incubator actually help startups come to market, improve their products, and actually, do you see a difference when we speak about these startups which are in the energy efficiency or energy sector? Because when it comes to these startups, for them, it's a bit harder to get their first customers and their first users.
Okay, so I will start with introduction of our incubator. So we are a public incubator supported by the city and the region. And the main goal, or why we are here, is to support the startups in a complex way. So not only the business knowledge you mentioned, but also the background and the community. These are three pillars we work with and are important from my point of view for the startups. To be more precise regarding the business knowledge, we help the startups from the very beginning to the market, to the first products, to the first customers, and we do it through our programs, through mentoring, coaching, and also we are also trying to keep updated and also to help on the side. I mean, like from the point of view of the local government. So we keep reminding the local government how important it is to help innovations, to help business itself, like on the regional level, because we really want the startups like those two I can see now in our region, because we want to be updated. We want to go with the current time, and we want to be really something, or we want to be seen as one of the regions in the Czech Republic which is progressive, because we are only 100 kilometers away from the capital, from Prague. So it's advantage and disadvantage on the other hand, because we are really close to the main city, but which is good for commuting, for example. But also on the other hand, lots of startups tend to go to the capital and tend not to remain in the region, which is a shame, because we also need them. So we are trying to attract them to stay in the region and to do something for the region they come from. So to your questions, regarding the energy and mobility and this stuff, we are not like focused on any of these topics. We want to be really general. We want to like help from the other side, like helping from the beginning to some point. That's our goal. no matter which sphere we are talking about. But I think the most important thing is, as I mentioned at the beginning, is to give some support and to help the startups, or to create the atmosphere or the background for the startups to be able to develop. So as I mentioned, we do it through the programs. We also have the background, as I mentioned, so we have a virtual seat, we have co-working place where the startups can start from the very beginning, and also some conference rooms they can use for really small money, I would say. And also the community, I would like to point it out here, because the community is something which really need to be built to be successful, because we need to do the connections between the startups, the local government, the SMEs, and students who can also help the startups to develop. So I think all these things must be like in one place, must be coordinated for the startups to raise their possibility to success.
Yes, thank you. And you've also mentioned now students, and that's the part which I wanted to expand on a bit. Since you are a relatively small region and you are close to the capital, as you said, you are trying to focus a bit more on students and help young people develop new ideas and new startups. So could you share with us maybe a success story or a case which you find interesting, where young people from your region have been able to start something interesting and to start working on their business idea?
Yeah, I could mention our contest. Actually, the contest was prepared with PowerHub, which is a part of the Danube project. By the way, I think that Danube project and other projects like that are very valuable, because it can bring the knowledge and the connections between people. So we supported one of the regional startup was 3 students from the local grammar school that are focused on ecology and the waste management. And so this is one of the startups I would like to point out here, because they are really young people who would like to change things, who would like to change the world, let's say, but from the local level, and they go step by step. That's something I consider as an important thing, you know, to overlap the first steps and really go with the coach, with the mentor, step by step to the goal. I think it's important, especially for young people who are really like, they think that they can change things, but sometimes they don't realize that help is needed also to do so.
Yeah, for sure. But at the end, the whole work is also very rewarding. Thank you, Petra. I would now like to move to the next question to our 2 guests from startups. Marko, we can start with you this time. But basically, both you and Mislav have attended business support programs during the early stage of development of your startups. And I would like for you to expand a bit on how important were those programs to you, and what kind of advice would you give to both incubators and young startups who are, you know, implementing and attending these programs, in how to take the most advantage of them and how to make them better?
Yeah, that's basically the very good question. And I think that most of the time when we talk about startups start developing the idea or the solution, not knowing much about it, not knowing anything. So, you know, you just have you see the problem, you realize you have the solution, you just try to figure out how to get there. But most of the time you don't have the skill set to do that. Win-win is when you have passion for it, then this is a great motivator to keep you on the track. But I think that being a part of these kind of programs is the key for the fast development of the idea. This is, you know, every time we were a part of four different accelerators. We did 2 with Europeans, 1 in UAE, and 1 with US guys. And I mean, every time we took one of these programs, the learning curve really went sharp, you know, and this is where basically you connect with not only with the knowledge and the community. Of course, you get the connection with startups where you can maybe have, you know, bring another value through some other project because you click with another team, but also with the smart money that is out there and that is hard to get if you don't have the community, you know, to or you're not connected with the right investors. This is also very important because if you don't have the right investor that will help you develop your idea, you will easily get misled, because as I said, most of the time you're, you know, young, passionate entrepreneur, and your team doesn't have all the skill sets that you need to develop this, and this is where this role of investor is very important. So it's not only about the money, it's about the experience and the connections and knowledge that they have. I mean, my advice to any startup is basically to get online and find a program that will fit you, that is in the region or in your city, and, like, you know, sign up for that right away, because this is where you know, you will learn much faster and develop your idea much faster with the help of the people in the centers, like started, say, in Belgrade. So in terms of any suggestion or to the centers or incubators, accelerators, well, basically from our experiences, focusing more on developing the network of international mentors. Why? Because these people have some kind of different perspective, you know, and it's not only important to have these experts from different areas that will basically introduce startups to their expertise, but also to have these kind of insight into international markets, which is really important when you're developing the idea. Your product or solution has to be developed for not only, you know, for a very specific region. It should be, you know, you should take into account a big picture, you know, and try to make an international product or service. Another thing is a hands-on approach with a few mentors per every startup, which is always good, but of course for that you need funds. So yeah.
Thank you, Marko.
Okay, from my side, you know, I think as usually in life, there is no one simple answer, and it most of all, it depends what type of startup you are. If you are a company which has a very well-defined business model, which is working within a defined, you know, area of expertise. So, for example, these days this could be like software as a service startups. There could be like energy startups, hardware startups, and things like that. I think then in that case, incubators and accelerators are a great intro into the area that you are working with. You know, they have the connections, they have the mentors, they have the know-how, but there's a big, you know, caveat there, is that if your solution is trying to break the mold, like you are doing something that has no, and this is really truly coming from us in the blockchain space, you will most likely not get too much out of an incubator. You can get knowledge if there is knowledge to be gotten. If it's a completely new industry, then there is, you know, for example, like we're working in blockchain, there is maybe experts have 5 years of expertise. I've been working for 5 years in blockchain, and there is hardly a mentor that can come and, you know, discuss the topic of blockchain in that direction. But on the other hand, when we were in more focused in energy, there was a huge value add from mentors, from incubators, from accelerators. So I would say you as a startup need to ask yourself, am I building an evolutionary step, like a useful tool, a new technology, a new process, a better product in a market that already exists? Then I would go the incubator accelerator route. If I, as a startup, am building, you know, like it's 1995 and I'm building something on the internet, That's not a job for then literally all you need is money if you're that type of person. If you're a person working in an established industry, you need connections, you need everything. I would say the most I could advise to, this is an advice for startups and for incubators, we've had very positive experiences, and that's something I'm very glad. But we've heard a lot of stories of people getting misled, and this is why, you know, I don't share the unchecked optimism of co-panelists about just finding an incubator and joining. We've had the good luck or the good fortune to work with people who have been very tolerant of our wild ideas, explorations in the unknown, and taking jumps which were not always, you know, backed by hard data, but more by like feelings and, you know, having a sense of what's happening in the industry. But I've heard stories about incubators, specifically, you know, molding their startups into a mold that they see like this is how a startup should work. So yeah, to me, in my experience, which I think has proven now that I've been talking with founders, with incubator startups, that has proven to be correct, is that you need to decide where you stand in relation to your product. If it's out there, you know, you should do it on your own, because very few people are going to listen to superbly crazy ideas about, you know, changing the world. If it's a, you know, better mousetrap, then most definitely you should consult with incubators, accelerators, and things like that. So yeah, there's always in life, I say, no simple answers, no easy solutions, right?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very interesting take and a piece of advice for young startups. I would also just add that depending on your solution, the incubator can maybe even find people who are leading the way in that new industry as well. So as Mislav said, just, you know, always think about those things and try to find the one which fits you best. It just came to my mind because in Belgrade we have one of the leading blockchain companies, MVP Workshop, which could, you know, if you have a mentor from that company, they could for sure help.
Yes, and that's usually my point was that exactly. If you are if you're an expert in the field and you're starting a company in your field of expertise, you know, I'm from Croatia and I know the MVP Workshop guys. I don't need an incubator to meet me with them, right? So I'm just saying that there is a very big distinction on who you are as a founder, where you come from, especially for young founders, you know, who are just coming into the industry. Incubators, accelerators are invaluable. It cannot be overstated how much they can help. But if you are, let's say, an accomplished expert in your field and you are trying to build something that's oftentimes not understandable to people who are mentoring or working, then, you know, it's a double-edged sword. You can find a good incubator which will leave you alone and just give you help when you ask for it, and that's, I think, one of the most valuable things you can have in that case. Or you can have the misfortune of, especially if you get investors, you can have the misfortune of having investors who could try to steer you in their preferred direction. As said, we've been lucky and we didn't have to go through this, even though our ideas are mostly extremely wildly out there. We had the fortune of having good investors, good accelerators, good incubators. But I'm just saying, you know, be wary of. I've heard some not so great stories. So I think it's very important for as the incubator is checking the startup. It's extremely important for the startup to check who the incubator is, who the accelerator is, what they are doing, how they are doing it, because you know, just I think I said everything. Not much to be said additionally.
Yeah, I think you made a really good point, especially for the younger people who are listening and who are thinking about starting their own company, and also to all the ecosystem actors, also to hear from the startup's point of view, you know, what they see is important. You and Marco both made pretty good comments there. Okay, so we have about 10 minutes left, and we have some questions from the audience as well. So now I would like to move on to my final question, which is the same for the three of you, but I would ask you to keep it a bit short so we can also be able to answer to the audience's questions. Petra, I would like to start with you once more. My question here is, okay, when we're speaking about clean tech, climate tech, and all of the areas which are being focused on by the Danube Energy Plus project, that markets are mostly dominated by the startups and companies from US, from China, from Western Europe. Do you see a potential in startups from Central and Eastern Europe as well? And how do you see their role in this transition that we are witnessing now?
Okay, so before I will answer a question, I will just react really quick on the previous speaker because I think it's important. I completely agree that some of the startups are on such a big level of the knowledge that it's really hard to help. But I think that the best incubator does one thing. First of all, you need to talk to this individual startup and help individually. So I am always saying I'm not telling what the incubator is doing, but why it is doing. So in this case, when something like that happens in our incubator, we are really asking a lot of questions, and we are trying to find even a little help for the startup. And that's, I will return to the community. I think that we can help a lot within the community, connecting with the SMEs, connected with starting some business with somebody else for the startup and so on. So I think a lot can be done for the startup, even on the high level. Okay, and now let's go to your question. Well, from the point of view of a small country, which is in the Central Europe, I might not be so optimistic, but I will be, because I think it's possible to be competitive, I think, even from Europe, because the categories you mentioned or the field you mentioned are just important for all of us on the local level, on the national level, and on the global level. So that's why I think we have the chance to succeed. And I have to repeat the same thing. The startups, if they have a good background, if they have a good support from the country, for example, or from the programs, they might succeed. I don't see any problem. Why not? And I'll just mention one example. Here in the Czech Republic, we have a technology incubation program now, which will be supported or financed from the strategy Country for the Future of the Czech Republic. And now here in Pardubice, in our region, we will have a project which will be focused on tech, ecotech, and it's on waste management. So it will be started on the local level, but it's expected to grow bigger, and it will be supported by us. So yeah, I think the chance is to succeed even from Europe. Why not?
Thank you, Marco. How do you see this area? Do you see that there is room for startups from Central and Eastern Europe to succeed on the global stage in these fields?
Oh, 100%. I mean, if you look at the region and how it developed in the last 10 years, not only Serbian but the whole Eastern Europe, there are a lot of really great companies that emerged. That I would say 10 years ago, no one thought that they can make it in their fields. So if they did it, why not? Help talents from the region. Get on the great stage with their solutions, and basically what I think is the biggest role of the incubators is to help basically to help the startups build their solutions and products and get to the international markets as fast as possible, because this part of the world became renowned as the IT powerhouses, and there are a lot of companies that are offering services to big IT companies all around the world, and technology companies. So basically, if I think that we need to shift this a bit and help young talents build their own companies with their own products, not only to be in the service for others, but basically develop. Another thing that is a proof that there is great talent in the region is, if you look at Serbia, you can see that there's companies like Bosch, Brose, or Continental that came and opened their R&D centers. So yeah, I mean, talent is 100% there. Only logistics now is you know, what startups need.
Thanks, Marko. Mislav, how do you feel? Is there room for another Rimac-like company in our region to succeed in this field?
Yes, most definitely. I think, well, generally speaking, you know, in Croatia, just you have now multiple companies which are achieving really significant valuations. I mean, you can take a look at maybe Infobip, and you can take a look at Rimac, you can take a look at Photomath, or you can take, there's at least a dozen companies with valuations exceeding 100 million euros. There is, you know, much more companies with valuations in the range of 50 to 100 million euros with huge potentials. And, you know, there is this whole emerging ecosystem of new startups. I think I have very good feeling about the region, I would say. I'm not sure how things work in the region. I've been mostly, you know, focused on Croatia here and generally some other countries outside of the region. But the thing that has changed most notably, I think, is the general change in the world, that people are more and more working remotely, people are more and more investing remotely. You know, you don't have to go to, if I have an investor from London, I don't have to go to London every time. We can have a video chat, I can provide all the documentation. And Croatia has benefited greatly from joining the European Union. That's something that cannot be understated, how much the European Union has been instrumental in allowing a lot of investment opportunities to flow seamlessly into the country. You know, investors are much less scared when it's a EU country, because they know there's a, you know, sort of harmonized legal framework, and there's an expectation of similarity between European countries. I think, you know, good times are just ahead. You know, I don't think we've already reached the peak. I think this region might see some very good progress. There's a lot of talent here. We are very close to like highly developed economies, you know, the Western Europe, and we share a time zone with them, which can be, I know it seems trivial, but it can be very important to, you know, to share a time zone with a person. We are, you know, as I mentioned, you know, there's some European integration in the entire region, you know, not even countries which aren't in the European Union. And I think our wages are still, you know, relatively affordable. So if you get let's say, you know, for us as a startup, we got first, you know, we got like 150,000 euro investment, then another 150,000, then 400,000. And then, you know, before we reach this bigger rounds that we are now working with, if we were in Germany or, you know, Netherlands or London, you know, 100,000 euros doesn't get you far in those countries. But in Croatia, you know, where we could afford to pay ourselves like a 600 euro salary for 2 years, that's good, because then you have much more. So I think, you know, the cheaper access to, you know, housing and transportation and things like that, proximity to developed economies, more and more European integrations in the region. I think these are going to be the very, very strong catalysts in the next 10 to 15 years. And I think we're going to see much more startups emerging from Central Eastern Europe, and especially in the Balkans region in the future than we had seen so far.
Thank you very much, Mislav. Also a good point about the competitive advantage that we have here, which is those lower, let's say a bit lower standard, which means less money can get you further. Thank you all for the panel. I really enjoyed your comments. Now we would move to the questions from the audience. We have a couple of questions there. One is for Marko and Mislav. It's actually two questions, but I'm gonna condense it into a one question. So, which programs have given you the most value in your development out of those which you have attended? And if you could select one thing from the program which has made the biggest impact on you, what would it be? Marko, you can go first.
For us, it was definitely the UAE program, which was Hardware Launchpad by NYU. And it's just overall program was very intensive, but the biggest value is the network that we gained there.
Thank you. Mislav, the same question applies to you as well.
Well, we had similar benefits from both of our programs, but I can say down the line, because we were a part of two incubator/accelerator programs, I think the InnoEnergy highway program and then the continued support we got from them was by far the decisive part in the process. And yeah, I think the biggest benefit we got there was somebody, to test our ideas against, and to, as I mentioned, they were a supportive partner all along, and there was a common understanding that we are, doing our best to build a very innovative product, I would say. And yeah, they have been just. It's very hard to pinpoint one thing. They have been a very, very supportive partner in 1,000 small things. We are having conversations mostly weekly or bi-weekly or something like that. And yeah, generally the vibe of support, feeling that there is somebody standing behind you, is a very useful thing when you're a startup.
Thanks. And we have one final question, which basically is, are there some programs or funds for startups to get financial support from in these ecosystems? So Petra, could you expand a bit more on this? Could you tell us how the situation is in Czech Republic, and if you're aware of some programs which are aiming to support startups in Central European region? We can't hear you at the moment. You're maybe muted.
You are right. I'm muted. Thanks.
Yeah, now we can hear you.
Yes, I'd like to mention the state agency, which is called Czech Invest here in the Czech Republic, and this has extensive programs for startups from the beginning to the global expansion. So they also have the possibility to attend some programs in New York or in the US, all the programs in the US, in Silicon Valley, for example. So yeah, this is something that it's really valuable here in the Czech Republic, I think. Also, we have some EU funding, but it's especially for like infrastructure projects. And here on the local level, we have many programs, but usually not so big, like not so big funding, I would say. But I would like to mention investors, which are also working with us, cooperating, and this is a valuable source of funding for the startups, I think. So depends on the country. In the Czech Republic, I would really mention the state agency Czech Invest.
Yeah,
I'd like to add
yeah, go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah,
no, it's on the f6s.com where you can find basically everything for filters. I think it's very relevant.
F6s is a platform for startups, an online platform which you could also use. And I would also add that basically in all of the countries in the region now you have many programs which are aimed to support young people and young startups. Some support is in the form of business support, and there are also a lot of programs which offer funds. In every country, as in Czech Republic, there are some state-owned agencies which have programs. In Serbia, for example, our innovation fund has several programs which are aimed at early-stage startups. I'm sure that the similar situation is true for Croatia and other countries as well. And also there are some European-wide programs, such as the InnoEnergy one or Climate Kick. So if you are working, and especially if you're working in these fields, which are being the focus of Danube Energy Plus project, you can find programs which can support you. So you just need to dig a little bit, but Google search will get you far when it comes to that. Okay, so thank you very much to all the panelists. Thank you, Petra, Mislav, and Marko. Thank you to all of the people who have been watching. I hope that this was an interesting panel to you and that you have managed to learn something and maybe get some ideas for further research. Now there will be a lunch break, and the conference will continue at 1:30 CET time, when there will be a panel or a lecture which is focusing on policy for innovation ecosystem development. Thank you very much again. And
thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
See you.
Bye.
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 Our next topic is policy for innovation ecosystem development, and we will be talking and discussing this topic with our next guest, Artur Bobovnički from Slovak Innovation and Energy Agency from Slovakia. Hello, Artur. It's great to have you.
Hello. It's nice to be here. It's really a pleasure to join this Interreg conference. Just a few days ago, last Thursday, we have had similar conference, Interreg Europe project, which was focused on the cluster policy development. So today I was asked to talk about policy for innovation ecosystems development. So I hope you will share my presentation, and we can move to the next slide.
It's yours.
Yes, please. Next. Yeah. Okay. Innovation is a key in driving social and economic development and bridging the wealth gap between emerging and developed countries. The relationship between innovation and economic development shows the correlation between innovation as a measured by Global Innovation Index and nation wealth as measured by GDP, or gross domestic product per capita. Countries typically derive their wealth from two sources. Either they are blessed by rich natural resources or by being a leading innovator. While there are certainly additional factors in play here, one way to explain the importance of innovation for nation economic wealth is that innovation allows an increase in total sector productivity by introducing new or more efficient ways to generate greater output from the same inputs, leading to economic growth. But over the last 50 years, only a few countries, such as South Korea, Israel, and Singapore, have succeeded in unlocking the full benefits of nationwide innovation. Why? We have learned that instrumental to their success is a systematic approach tackling innovation in a holistic manner that captures policy, governance, innovation engines, and innovation enablers to shape the innovation ecosystem and bridge systematic and market gaps. Usually, countries have a holistic industrial strategy in place, but they are missing an overarching innovation strategy. Or sometimes they have innovation strategy, but they don't follow that strategy. Industrial strategy is usually targeted at improving productivity and competitiveness through either interventionist or free market approaches, while innovation strategy outlines the areas and means in which a country should focus its effort to create or import innovation, and it goes beyond the manufacturing sector and includes domains such as services, government innovations, and social innovations. Although innovation strategy versus industrial strategy is the typical chicken or egg question, I strongly believe that countries must have a holistic innovation strategy and implement it well. The innovation strategy must be forward-looking and ambitious, either by promoting innovation in topics that have not yet achieved mainstream status, but will shape the global economy of tomorrow and allow country a competitive head start, or by addressing cross-border grand challenges such as today climate change challenge. Since the value added to countries' economy from innovation comes mainly from diffusion and absorption of innovation rather than the process of invention through R&D, countries must consider areas such as entrepreneurship, the labor market, firm creation, access to expertise, and other factors to be included in innovation strategy. So how the tailored innovation policy and government model should look like? Please, next one. It has three layers. The upper layer is innovation policy and governance. The second, which is, I think, very important and probably the most important because this is the driver, is innovation engine. And the final one, or the lower one, which is base, it is innovation enablers. All three are, of course, important, but I would focus on the innovation engine. It has to work well. And then well-oiled innovation engine must have working links between two main parts, between corporate and research system. These links are the various instruments that are available to improve the flow of knowledge between both systems and increase commercialization rate. Such instruments are intermediaries like innovation centers, innovation agencies, incubators and/or accelerators, technology transfer offices, entrepreneurial networks. Since far, this looks like another academic presentation indeed. So let me make some flavor to the theory and show how we are executing all these theoretical descriptions and supporting development of vital, well-oiled innovation ecosystem. Our agency, one of those intermediaries which I was talking about in Innovation Engine, the middle layer, was established back in 1952. So next year we will celebrate 70 years from establishing, which is, well, incredible for the state-owned agency. But only since 2007 we do operate in the field of innovation and participating with many other intermediaries in oiling the innovation engine. Personally, I'm part of this agency last 7 years, and I'm responsible for the innovation in this agency. So let me start. We can skip this one. Let me start with the project Let's Innovate. Yeah, this project was already presented 2 times in Vojvodina in Serbia back in 2018 and 2019. This project focuses on providing the basic skills to find solution for an existing problem using thinking out of the box principle. We use synectics, a method that is behind many interesting innovation. For example, ideas from Pringles potato chips, magnesium impregnated bandages, disposable diapers, the space saver Kleenex box, etc., etc., etc. We know that teaching all dogs new tricks is impossible. So with our project, we focused on the kids in the age between 16 and 18. And we provide them with this technique, idea solving technique. We train them how to combine forces of different team members. So we teach them team management. And of course, at the end, we are pushing them and showing them how to communicate well the results. Because you can develop the marvelous ideas. If you are not going to sell the idea, you will be lost. So we packed everything in one workshop. And so we train them how to develop idea, how to nurture the idea, how to sell idea. To make it even more interesting, we are inviting for the workshops to the schools local entrepreneurs, usually of the age of 25, 28, just to be closer to the audience we have. Because it would be, well, it would be really difficult that I will be there with my age and showing to kids innovations and problems. Yes, I can, but I think it's much more, it's hard to say, it's more friendly atmosphere if there is a young entrepreneur showing the problem. And kids, with that technique which we teach them, are solving the problems and presenting the problems. And several times they find solution which has been adopted by the entrepreneur. At this time, we already visited over 200 schools across the whole Slovakia, and more than 2,000 kids already passed this training. The next one is innovation vouchers. Innovation vouchers that are linking research and corporate, so two systems in this middle layer. With these innovation vouchers, which are starting next week in Slovakia, we are going to support small and medium enterprises and research entities like universities, but even commercial companies. The value of our innovation voucher is from 5,000 up to 50,000 euro, which is not very typical for innovation vouchers, because usually innovation vouchers are between 5,000 and 10,000 euro. We try to provide even higher value, of course, with the reasonable project and a reasonable outcome. So this is innovation voucher. The next one, we are going to provide acceleration vouchers. This is something which is really new. Acceleration voucher will be provided to accelerators, and they can, by this way, support pre-acceleration stage of the startups. By this way, we want to extend the pre-acceleration programs for a much wider group of potential beneficiaries. Acceleration vouchers are going to start sometimes in the August, September. The next area which we are covering and we are supporting is networking and cluster development support. Clusters are very important entities on the market. They are something like a lever because they are usually consisting of small and medium enterprise. And once you want to reach SMEs very quickly, you can reach smaller number of the clusters, and by this way you are reaching numerous of small and medium enterprise. We counted in Slovakia that we have 20 industrial clusters which is under our guidance. And altogether, members of the clusters are employing over 162,000 employees, and their total turnover is over 22 billion euro. This is really amazing number. So it is also showing the importance for the ecosystem, innovation ecosystem, that what clusters are or can be for innovation ecosystem. It's lever to deliver new things. Okay. All in all, we have by this way impact on policymakers by improving policies related to the innovation vouchers, cluster policies as well. As you can see, the impact of our work is cross-sectorial and omnidirectional. Are we happy with this result or the results we are achieving so far? No. There is a long way to achieve what we are looking for, but we try too hard to facilitate better innovation ecosystem in Slovakia, and not only by us, but with all other players which are working in Slovakia. So thank you very much for your attention. I think I managed my timing properly, and I'm looking forward for the questions if they will come.
Thank you so much, Artur, for your presentation. As far as I see, we still don't have any questions, but if they come up during Oana's presentation, who's next, we can put you back in so you can answer them. Thank you again. And our next speaker on the subject of policy for innovation ecosystem development is Oana Buzatu from Cluj City Hall from Romania. But first, before her presentation, we will watch a short video that she prepared for us.
These are no writings or sketches. These are the markings we leave when we choose our tracks. It's important to know who you are in order to become who you want to be. We're not there yet, nor do we promise you the moon, but we're getting there. We're a city of heart and brains, a work hard, play hard kind of place. We get up early, because that's what you do in order to compete. We put our heart into everything. We work with heart, study with heart, cheer with heart, dream with our hearts open. We have the courage to follow our hearts. We are here because of an opportunity to start a life, to enjoy our lives, to start a family, to be a family, to start a business, a community, a city, stitched together with different colors, shapes, sizes, like some kind of stew, a hodgepodge, a goulash, Varza ala Cluj. Yeah, that's it. We're the mysterious city. The river city. Startup city. The innovation city. Clusters city. The festivals city. The sleepless city. The champions city. The champion city. We're Cluj, the heart of Transylvania. Come and experience why.
Hello. So this is pretty much us, Cluj-Napoca, the heart of Transylvania, a city not too large, not too big, but a city that is inhabited by people who are very much in love with the place and want to make a difference. And we discovered that putting these energies together works better and takes us places and helps us all be better than each separately. So I think the ecosystem story, in the way that you can see today on a daily basis in Cluj, started back to maybe 5-6 years ago, when the first entities to come toward the public administration were the clusters. In Cluj, we have a whole range of clusters. We have 2 IT clusters, agriculture cluster and creative industry cluster, new materials, energy, and lately the newest one in the range is the education cluster. And these clusters were the spaces where people managed to come on a neutral ground and identify the things that makes them a family and puts them in common rather than the things that differentiate them. It's a very competitive city in terms of accessing work labor, and before that, everybody focused on trying to gather as much possible from the local context as possible. So once the clusters came into this this medium and started to talk about what puts us together, not what separates us, this conversation started in Cluj. And then from that point on, we continued to build. At a specific point, clusters came toward the public administration, which also was back then changing, and open this new possibility of working together. At this point, we can even speak about policies and even speak about ways of doing things, because we start to have a small history on collaborating, and we have good stories, bad stories, lesson learned, failures, but all of these helped us a little bit build further a little bit every single year to go on this path that we feel we are going together. Other highlights in the city were, of course, the international conferences with a highlight on the startup community, and the most important one that we had was the Startup Europe Summit, which was held in 2019 and offered us a very good platform to show a little bit this energy, this crowd, this very happy group of people, and obtain a little bit of visibility and some support and recognition. And that also worked to enhance even furthermore the enthusiasm in the local level, because people saw that their work is seen, is appreciated, is validated, and it's even shown as example for other communities. Of course, after the Startup Europe Summit, we created some tools to work with each other. We started to look for specific challenges that force the usage of this ecosystemic approach, and working for the application for the Innovation Capital of Europe last year was one of these exercises. Of course, COVID-19 hit us hard and also moved everything online, but even not being able to meet, we still met online and managed to put together an application for the city, which was in the end awarded with one of the 6 finalists of 2020 by the European Commission. All these milestones that showed some results worked as enhancers and as encouragements. And at this point, I really feel in Cluj we have a very optimistic and a very constructive energy towards building more structure and more tools on how to enhance startup community. The latest, not even finished yet, is working together to co-design an innovation and experiment fund, which will be an experiment from all the directions that we can imagine, starting with the level of age we start. We want to start talking in this community about startups, about new approaches on career, on how to use your talent, on how to gather more skills, how to better make use of the local resources. We have only so many people, we have only so many resources, but let's try to mingle them and to connect them and to synergize them in a way that makes everybody at the end have more benefits than each separately if we were to use them just in our bubble. So I think we can be, if you want, a story of success, but we see each other as an early starter. It's a city as a startup, if you want, and we are maybe we passed the first iteration, but we have a still long way ahead. I think this is in general about Cluj. If people want to ask for specific questions or specific ways we try to achieve these goals, I'm here for the questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Oana, for this presentation and your talk about Cluj. Romanian startup ecosystem is so exciting and with such great perspective, and Cluj as one of its epicenters is really amazing to have been a part of this project, and it's really been great working with some of your ecosystem representatives on supporting your new generation of energy startups and young innovators. So thank you so much for tuning in and sharing some of your experiences and your plans. It's been really great hearing you and looking at that wonderful video. Thank you so much once again, and have a great rest of the day.
You too.
Okay, and our next speaker and final speaker for today is Amir Kalajin, representative of Interreg Danube from Germany, who will talk to us about different startup support programs in Europe, including Danube Transnational Program. Amir, welcome, and thank you for joining us today.
Thank you for having me. It's been a great conference so far. I'm really impressed by the moderation, by the technical setup, and also, of course, by all the input so far, the content input. Let's hope we can finish on that note. As I said, I'm happy to be here, and maybe I can share my presentation with you to start. And
absolutely, the floor is yours, or the screen is yours.
Now, so I'm the national contact point for the Danube Transnational Program in Germany. And what I do is I provide information about the program to potential applicants and to the wider community of stakeholders in Germany. And I also assist in the application process and assist the project partners when they are implementing their project activities. And today, I would like, in the next 20 minutes, I would like to present to you the next Danube Transnational Program from the funding period 2021 to 2027. So to say it's the follow-up program of DTP1. And that's also, in a way, that's the reason we are all here together, because as you know, Danube Energy Plus has been financed by this program, and I would like to present to you the new program. But maybe we can start with, I don't know if you see the next slide. No. Let me check. Now you should see it, right? Yes, okay. So what is the Danube Transnational Program? So DTP is a financing instrument of the European Territorial Cooperation, ETC, which is better known as Interreg. And Interreg, it divides up in 3 different strands. You have the strand A, which are cross-border cooperation programs, and then you have the B strand, which is transnational programs, and the C strand, interregional programs. And as the name Danube Transnational Program already says, this program falls onto the B strand, and it supports large transnational consortia aiming at improving the public policies and institutional cooperation in the Danube region. That's the program area, should be familiar to all of you. And it does this in selected fields, so-called specific objectives. I will come to them later. But let's have first a look at the program area, the geographic coverage of the Danube Transnational Program. As you can see here, it covers the whole Danube Basin region, from South Germany, the two Länder, Baden-Württemberg and Bayern, all up to the Danube Delta in Romania, Bulgaria, and even some parts of Ukraine. So it's a program that consists of EU member states, but also non-EU member states, and so the program area remains the same for the next funding period. It is, as we already heard today, quite sometimes an area of huge disparities, but also of great potentials. Maybe we'll leave it to that and go on to the next slide to present to you the priority objectives and specific objectives of the next DTP program. And here you have, as in everything in life, new and old things coming up. With Danube region, so it's all about a smarter Danube region. Priority area 1, you have moving past labor-intensive workflows. You have the circular economy policies and processes in electronics and ICT batteries and packaging. You have the integration of smart cities solutions, nanotechnologies, advancing materials and manufacturing. In the skills, the second objective of priority 1, you have skills development for industrial transformation, the transition towards Industry 4.0, robotization, AI, and so on. And also in PO2, a huge emphasis is put on decreasing carbon intensity in the power and transport sectors, harmonized climate change forecasting, vulnerability assessment, joint prevention and emergency response capacities in case of floods, droughts, and so on. So these are all very specific fields of cooperation, and of course these slides will also be shared by the events team today, so you can have a more closer look later. But I would like to go on with the money, because money is an important thing. Let's talk about money. And the estimated budget for the next funding period is about 165 million euros coming from the European Regional Development Fund. And also on top of that, you have some more funding coming from the Instrument for Pre-Accession Assistance. This money is eligible for partners from Bosnia, Montenegro, and Serbia, and of course the Neighborhood Development and International Cooperation Instrument, for which the partners from Moldova and the parts in Ukraine are eligible. And for this funding period, we have a funding rate at 80% of all expenditures. So that means that there's still a co-financing rate of 20% left. When we talk about eligible costs, what is able to be reimbursed from the projects? Of course, we have the staff costs. There you'll have a flat rate calculation, but also a real cost calculation. And based on the staff costs, you have a flat rate for office administrative costs, for travel and accommodation. And then you have also the budget line for external expertise and services, if you have workshops, if you have moderators or communication activities, and so on, and the budget line equipment. And then you have the budget line infrastructure and works, but here we have to put a disclaimer and say that this is a budget line that is generally open and can be used, but it should be very specific and should be really tailored to the project and to the project needs, and has to be justified, because the DTP or Interreg in general is not a program for huge infrastructure investments. All right, and who is eligible to participate? So generally speaking, all local, regional, national public bodies or bodies governed by public law, as well as private entities who possess a legal personality, and as well as international organizations, as it is a transnational program, are eligible. So, for example, this could be universities and research facilities, although Interreg or DTP is not a research funding program, they are more than welcome to participate. In fact, in a lot of projects they are involved and partners. Then you have chambers of commerce, regional development agencies, cluster associations, non-profit organizations, and SMEs, not to forget. And when we look at this diverse range of possible partners and organizations, we also have to take a look at the composition of the project partner consortium. Here we always have one lead partner who has also the biggest share of the budget and who is responsible for overall coordination. Also during the application process, it's the one who submits the applications and who is the lead applicant in this process. And then you have a lot of other project partners with their own budgets. So these two types of partners are directly financed. And then you have some more associated strategic partners, as we call them. They don't have their own budget, but they are also taking part by in-kind contribution, or can be indirectly financed as through a sponsor, one of the project partners. Yes, maybe that's for the composition of project partner consortia. But we have to keep in mind these limitations and preconditions for the partner consortium. The first one is that lead partners have to be located in an EU member state. So all the lead partners come from the participating EU member states. Then the second one, which is that private profit-making organizations cannot apply as lead partners. They can apply as or take part as project partners. And also then the third restriction is that private profit-making organizations from non-EU countries are not eligible as project partners or lead partners. And then we have the minimum requirement, because it is a transnational program, that we need at least 3 financing partners from 3 DTP countries. I can say already that in most cases there are even much more partners, but this is just a minimum requirement. What are the activities that DTP supports? So what we look for in our projects and what the program is trying to support is institutional capacity building and knowledge transfer, which, for example, Danube Energy Plus is a great example for that type of activities. Then we support paving the way for new investments in a follow-up project or later stage projects. We support the development of a common framework for policy implementation in various fields, and support also policy harmonization in various fields. And often, in almost all cases, it is to try to find innovative solutions to common problems to the Danube region. So it's a very territorially based approach. And maybe to give you a little bit of an understanding, what DTP projects should have is first and foremost, transnational character. So it is not only about networking. Mere networking activities are not supported, but it should really have a result-oriented approach, durable and transferable outputs, an integrated territorial approach, which means that the consortia should integrate different types of partners from the civil society, the industry, research, and academia, and also public and governance bodies. Then a qualitative partnership is very important. So there should be, you should demonstrate that the way you set up your for example, consortium meetings, on. And I think that for Danube Energy Plus, from what I've seen so far, I can really say that the project has excelled in all of these criteria. It's been really a great effort that has been done in this DTP project. More generally speaking, the project duration is from 30 to 36 months, so between 2.5 and 3 years. And most projects, as I said before, consist of 8 to 15 partners coming from 8 to 11 states. And be aware, these are average figures. There's also, for example, one project that has 22 partners, for example. Also, the overall budgets, they range from 1.5 to 2.5 million euros. But again, these are average figures. We've had a really great project with only 1.2 million euros budget, but also depending on how big the partner consortia is, of course, and how in which field and which activities the project is implementing. They can also the budget can also exceed 3 million, for example. But this is generally speaking a range for the orientation. Okay, and so I presented you DTP as a program and also the changes in the new funding period. But what is next? What can you expect in the coming weeks and months? So where we are now at the programming phase, the programming process is that we are almost finished with the content of the program, and we will submit it to the European Commission for approval. We expect that to happen over the course of this summer, and then the first call is expected for autumn, October, November 2021, and will be most likely a two-step approach. So in the first step, there will be an expression of interest call, very well a lower threshold, so to say, and then in the next step there will be a full proposal development. We expect that to happen in the early spring of 2022. And until then, I really welcome you all to join us at national info days, at workshops for applicants. There will be, to somehow kick off the new funding period, a joint conference organized by the program's secretariat in October. And I'm sure there will be also matchmaking events and many more. You can have a look at the DTP's website and also already at the draft version of the new program. But also here, be aware that this is a preliminary version of February. It is subject to change. In fact, there have already been some changes, but it will give you a very good overview of what the specific objectives are focusing on, what types of actions are supported, and yes, so that's all that can be used for either developing your project idea or getting in touch with the program and maybe looking out for other project partners and so on. Now I can only leave you my contact information. Just for your information, so I'm the national contact point for Germany. I know there are a lot of other participants today coming from other parts of the Danube region, and you can always contact my NCP colleagues. You'll find their contact information on the program's website. There's also the link, but feel free to reach out even to me. I can always refer you to the NCP colleagues, and of course, if you're from Baden-Württemberg and Bayern, you can contact me, of course, every time. But also you can, as I said, have a look at the program website and also get in touch with the secretariat, with the joint secretariat of the program. So I think that's from my side. Maybe we can have some time for question and answers if there are any. And yes, thank you for having me on today. Danube Energy Plus has been really a great showcase project for the last funding period, and I hope we will have similar projects in the next funding period with similar results. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amir, for introducing us to different opportunities within Danube Transnational Program. I do believe we have some questions from the audience, and our team is going to put them up on the screen so we can see them. So first question from Milica. When are we going to know exactly what organizations are involved and who can we turn to in our own countries regarding Danube Transnational Program?
So as I said in the last part of my presentation, you can at any point turn to your respective NCP, your respective national contact point. The contact info for is available, I think, online. And if the first question was when we will know which organizations are involved in terms of eligibility, do I understand that correctly?
Yes, yes.
Yes, so the program itself is right now in the preparation of all these manuals, applicants manual, first call documents, and they will be provided as soon as they're available. Now the focus is on finalizing the program content, but at the same time, the first call is being prepared to be launched in October and November. So I think after summer break, all this information should be available. But what I presented in my slides is a general orientation in terms of eligible partners. So all local, regional, national public bodies, private entities as well, with the restrictions, limitations that I presented, to keep that in mind. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And I just have a quick question. Do you have any estimation of the number of projects that will be supported in this line of funding?
In this funding period, yes. So if I'm not mistaken, I think in the previous funding period, there were 107 DTP projects with a little bit higher budget. So that's maybe yes. Then you'd have to calculate with a slightly lower budget for this funding period, but still also then you have to keep in mind that the whole budget is for 7 years, and the projects consist of, as I said, of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 partners, and they all have their own budget. But generally speaking, we aim for not for quantity of projects.
That's great. It's a really high number of projects that will be implemented.
Some internet issues.
Okay, I'm not sure if you can hear me. We have some troubles with your connection. Okay, it seems okay now. And just one final question from my side. So when can we expect the first projects to start? So you mentioned opening of the calls in October. And how long does it take for the first projects to actually launch and start first activities?
Hello, Anna?
Okay, it seems that we are having trouble with your connection. Thank you so much for your time. There will be a chance to follow up on this and other questions that we had, but we're gonna have your presentation anyhow and forward it to all of the participants. Thank you so much for your time today, and it was really nice having you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with this presentation, we are concluding our program for today. Before we say goodbye, I'd like to use this opportunity to officially announce the opening of Danube Energy Plus Hub Serbia. We've heard a lot about the hubs that are going to be established as the final activity in Danube Energy Plus project. And during these past 3 years, we worked really hard and we were really dedicated to obtaining and ensuring sustainability of all the activities that were implemented inside this project. So as Christina mentioned and explained what is going to be the role of hubs in Slovakia, in Germany, and in Romania, we are also establishing a similar hub here in Serbia. Our hub will be both virtual and physical, and it will serve all the young innovators, startups, and other stakeholders in the area of energy efficiency and renewable energy. And we aim to be a focal point that will continue to build upon these amazing international connections that we made during this project, and to inform the public in Serbia about all the opportunities that exist in this area, thanks to our partners from different countries and from the European Union. Alongside that, we plan on organizing different education programs and pre-acceleration programs, such as the pilot that was implemented during the project itself. So if you want to get involved either as a startup, as a participant, or as a supporter of this type of project and program, you are more than welcome to keep in touch with us and become a part of our future activities. Also, we are going to be present in our physical locations, since CICT has 8 different locations across Serbia. So some of the programs are going to be organized there, and we really aim to provide this support to all talented young people and startups in the area of energy efficiency, no matter where they are located. And we really want to provide our support in a decentralized manner, which is one of our key values and ways of operating on our day-to-day activities. So I'm really happy to kick off our work as a hub even after this project is ended, and it's been a great pleasure leading you through this conference today. I hope you had some fun, and I hope you had some useful and valuable information that our participants shared. Feel free to leave your comments, questions, etc., and we'll make sure to answer them and connect you to our speakers if there's anything that we missed to cover during our time here today. And thank you so much for following us until the end of the conference, and have a great day. Bye-bye from Belgrade.